really well for helping me bring in people from all of the platforms and all that. But we now have YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch all going. And we're going to be playing some Farming Simulator 22. We're going to be picking up where we left off. For those who are not familiar with what we've been doing in the game, we have been doing what's referred to as the Survivor Man Challenge. Now, Survivor Man Challenge is not a... Like, it's a challenge that they have... I'm going to have to drag this down or it's going to bother me because we keep looking to try and see things and looking for the preview and it won't be there. So I'm going to just put this over top where my preview goes. That'll make me feel better. Okay. But, so the Survivor Man Challenge is kind of like Project Zomboid's Zero to Hero Challenge, where it's not very specific and exact in what the rules are, but rather it's more of a thematic challenge. I keep moving stuff around my other screens, don't mind me. I'm having problems with my preview in OBS and it's really bugging me. Why is everything going ridiculous? Did you seriously freeze on the other preview as well? Okay, well both TikTok and OBS's previews are borked. I assume the game is still doing stuff? It looks like on my screen the game is also frozen. Why is there it goes. I said Alt-Tab. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Everything is chaos. Alright, frame rate, come on, you can do it. Come on. Alright, so to pick up where we left off, we have been doing the Zero to Hero, or not Zero to Hero, the Survivor Man Challenge, which is a thematic challenge. So it's not always challenge to say you have to set your game on these things, you have to do this. But the general theme is you start with $0, you may not take leases or loans.
Thank you Darth Dragosh 1998 for subscribing for 2 months. I am back from ice hockey games. Sadly, there were no fights on the rink.
Thank you, Darth Dragos, for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate it. I've been subbed to the channel for 2 months. I actually prefer my hockey games to not have fights. Because that isn't what the game is about. If you wanted to watch combat sports, go watch combat sports. But yeah, so thank you so much for the continued support. I do hope you're enjoying your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. And that's a Lego.io, and also thank you for doing the tier 1 sub. Right now we are doing our push for the 100 points towards the... It's not Partner Plus, it's Plus Program or whatever they're calling it now. But thank you so much for helping with that push. But yeah, so I do owe a Lego. I'll get that here in just a couple of minutes. I want to go ahead and probably get the fertilizer. I don't remember if we put down the herbicide yet. I think we did do all the herbicide already. Oh, wait, no, we're not to... Wait. I don't remember at all what we're doing right now. I'm pretty sure we did the herbicide last time. And for those who are wondering, like, what I'm going on about, after you plant your crops, you need to fertilize and put down herbicide if you cultivate. You know what happens to points if your sub gets banned? I think technically you still have the points, but I can't remember. I mean, don't get banned. But I could also do a thing where you can't watch the channel, at which point you wouldn't be able to redeem the points because you can't get into the channel. I'm sure that people have found ways to get around it or whatever. Okay, so this field's done. Man, I don't remember if we did the herbicide. Because the herbicide costs a little bit of money if I do a second round and I don't need it. But yeah, I don't remember. But yeah. So I do owe Lego. Man, I'm so annoyed with these previews. It's been like the last 2-3 days that a lot of games, when I pull them up, they make OBS hang and freeze. So I'm wondering if OBS had an update and just it's a thing going on now. Could also be like a video driver update, like that. Okay, so the point is, are you on your first round? Did we not seed these fields yet? I don't remember where we're at with all this. So that's not fertilized. Man, I feel like we did the herbicide already, because I'm pretty sure today's planting day. Yeah, today is the wheat planting day, and I'm pretty sure we already planted.
Thank you, Chucky49 for subscribing for 17 months.
Yeah, it says it's already fertilized. I am...
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
I am so lost at what the status is. And thank you, Chucky49er, for the tier 1 sub, kicking off a hype train. So thank you for that. But let's see, you'd love to do multiplayer challenge in this map. Simple rules, everyone gets one square. One square to start.
Choo choo.
Everyone gets a chainsaw. Everyone gets the cheapest truck. And everyone gets the cheapest house. No leasing, working on each other's farms, just grow each independent. I would probably see that like with 2 or 3, like a control number of farms. And thank you for the biddies, sentient cookie. So that's 3 Lego pieces I own now. So I really do appreciate that. I, for life of me, cannot remember where we left these fields off. Normally I have everything staged so it's obvious to let them go. But like right now with a lot of these, they're not showing the colorations I need. It says seedbed. Seedbed to me implies that it is seeded. I don't... This is one of those things that I'm really kind of in trouble because of lack of information. No. Okay, we're fine. We did not plant. Okay, everything is fine. We haven't planted yet, so we haven't herbicided yet. We're doing our first round of fertilizer. We're okay. I was sitting there losing my mind going, oh no. I don't remember. I can't tell if I've done the herbicide, and I'm worried if I wait to do the herbicide and the weeds start in. Be a whole thing. Yep, 3 pieces so far. I'm gonna wait till like the hype train's done and all that. Let's see, seedbed normally is ready for planting. Did you mulch it or something? No, I forgot where we were at in the process. So we're good. I'm fertilizing all 4 of these fields. Once they're done being fertilized, then we're done with what this tractor needs to do today. Then tomorrow we would seed the fields, and then we would do the herbicide, and then the fertilizer for the second round. And then after that, then it's basically, we keep going forward in time until it is ready to get paid. And then once we get paid, we could buy the bigger seeder again. Or not again. We can buy the bigger seeder in general. We are going to watch to see if it goes on sale if we get really lucky. It's not here. But what we're looking for is if we go here to seeders, we are looking for this. The big seeder. So that's our goal. That's 206,000. We're at 102,000 right now. And then when we do our, like, this is the last of our harvest today, as we've got the canola over there being harvested. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, by the time we plant, or not canola, the sorghum, I believe by the time we plant the sorghum again, we will be past payday to then go and use the big seeder to do that. Which the extra bonus on the big seeder is it also fertilizes as you go as well. So not only is it going to be...
I require cake. Give me cake.
Thank you for the 300 biddies sentient cookie. I really do appreciate that. So that's 6 Lego pieces I owe.
Thank you, Chaotic Awesomey, for subscribing for 21 months. Greetings, Rual. Hope your big cedar business is going well.
Thank you, Chaotic Awesome, for the tier 1 sub. That's 21 Munchie been sub to channel, so we appreciate that. That means a whole heck of a lot. We are up to 10 Lego pieces. Am I right with that? No, 7 Lego pieces? I'll see when the hype train's over, because I'll be able to just look real fast and see what got done with the hype train. 7? Yep. I shouldn't have done this way.
Yay. This is cake. Enjoy your cake. Sentient_cookie. Nom nom. Cake.
And before I forget, thank you so much, Chaotic Awesome. That is 21 Munchie been sub to channel. It's a hecking long time. I really, really do appreciate that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot.
Time for a reverse mugging. Enjoy.
What is going on? Why am I cursed right now with this? Okay, there we go. But thank you so much for subbing for that long. I hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. And thank you, Ianek, for the 100 biddies. I do really appreciate that as well. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So that's 8 Lego pieces. And then Darstrider dropping 500 biddies. So thank you so much for the 500 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole heck of a lot. That puts us up to 13 Lego pieces.
What's the worst that could happen?
So it really does mean a lot. And as a reminder, we are doing our push for the Plus program. For those who don't know what that is, it is a thing where if we manage to get 100 plus points, then the split Twitch gives me goes from being 50-50 to 60-40 in my favor. And that would be tremendous. The downside is the only thing that counts is subs you pay for yourself. Gifty subs, bits, prime subs, none of that counts. So by all means, I absolutely appreciate every bit and every prime sub and all that. But if you're going out of your way to like buy bits to support the channel, that kind of thing, for the next couple months, the best thing you do to support the channel is to upgrade your existing subs. So if you're thinking about gifting subs, I ask you kind of hold on the gifting subs and instead upgrade your sub. That'll do a lot more for me as far as like financial support for the next couple of months. So it is a really big deal for the channel. It's basically like getting a whole extra month's pay at the end of the year, just, you know, as it goes. I did not do any of this right. Yeah, so we are in that push. It started today. And I owe a stretch, and I owe this stuff. We'll get that here in just a moment. And when the hype train ends, the only time 100 gifted... It is one of those things that's kind of annoying the way it works. I get why they don't let gifted subs count. And the reason they don't let gifted subs count is otherwise I, as the content creator, could easily just pop in and go, oh, I'm short 10 points, and just gift myself 10 subs to like cross the finish line. And you go, okay, well, the content creator can't do it. Okay, then I just make an account, I do the same thing. So I get why they do it. It still sucks, but I understand. But,
Thank you, Sentient_cookie, for subscribing for 24 months.
Oh, thank you, Sentient Cookie. Resubbing at tier 2 for 6 months. So, 6 months they've resubbed for tier 2. So, heck yeah, thank you so much for that. Locking in all those extra points for me, so that just makes my life that much easier. I've lost track of how many points we've got today. I know we're over 10% for the month already in this first stream, which is amazing. But yeah, so thank you so much for that. And that's... I've lost track. I'll just have to wait till the hype train's done to even have a clue where we're at with all the, how many Lego pieces I owe. Right, you are waiting on me. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you so much for all the support everyone's showing me. Oh, this needed to be emptied. Okay, well, let's do that real fast. Yes, thank you so much thank you so much for generosity. And when I'm saying these things, by the way, it's not me being like, please don't prime or bits or anything. By all means, all support helps. It just, I know there are a number of people who will go and then buy bits and then give the bits, that kind of thing. That's just their preference to support. It is kind of going, okay, but for this month, do it, or I mean, for the next 3 months, there's a better thing you can do, kind of thing. So far as consideration to how it impacts me. However you want to support, I will be very thankful and appreciative of all of it. But yeah, it is a big push, because getting a whole extra paycheck worth of revenue from Twitch is tremendous. And it is a very realistic goal. I mentioned plenty of times that normally I get about 70 plus points, and I need 100 a month for 3 consecutive months to qualify. So that is really close as is. I'd love to be able to someday go for the 70-30 split, but that's unfortunately 300 plus points. It used to be 350, but they lowered it to 300. I don't think, I think that's a big stretch to trying to qualify for that. You never noticed the logo on the building? Oh, the windmill? Yeah. I can't remember if we already did the other sorghum field, or this is the first of the sorghum fields that we got going right now. But yeah, so what should be happening in Farm Sim today is we are at about 102,000. We need about 206,000 for the cedar we want. That should be entirely doable. We're getting ready to finish planting the wheat fields. And then after that, we don't have a slow process to deal with until it comes time to plant the sorghum, which is in spring, and we get paid between now and then. So it looks like we got one last field we got to use our little cedar on, after which we get to use the big cedar, which will just be way faster. I thought you would have had it 3 streams ago. So the problem is, with the amount of area we're covering, I've wound up running into a situation where it's taking me a lot longer to process everything. So it's just kind of one of those things that right now I'm running into issues where just the in-game time, we're making good time, but the issue is being the real lifetime. That extra field is taking us a good chunk more per stream. But once we get the big cedar, that'll be one less time-consuming process. And the added bonus is the big cedar will also cut out where right now I'm fertilizing these fields. I won't need to do this. Also, would you mind sharing your play with somewhere? So it's pretty straightforward. I'm using a piece of software called Pretzel Rocks. It is free, and this is the Harris Heifer playlist. Most of the time I do their historically most of the time I've done their lo-fi playlist, but recently I started doing specifically the Harris Heifer because it does have most of the lo-fi music that's on Pretzel Rocks, plus some stuff that's kind of like lo-fi adjacent. But yeah, no, it's Pretzel Rocks. Okay, so 4 subs, 1,000 bits. So that'd be 14 Lego pieces. So I'm going to quickly do here is I will go until it's time to empty out the harvester again, empty that out, and then I'll do the Lego pieces since the harvester is the bottleneck for today. Doing it that way means I can keep the game running without having to worry about anything running into any problems, and then we won't really lose like any time at all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that other sorghum field hasn't been... Yeah, the other sorghum field hasn't been harvested yet. That's fine. But yeah, no, it's just where before I got the extra field, we were getting right around one harvest per stream. We've been running into a situation now with the extra field where I'm getting a harvest like every other stream just because of how much longer it's taking me to set up the fields. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? And as a reminder for all the people getting like tier 2 and tier 3 subs, with tier 2 subs, what I can set up and do is you just let me know. And we can have it so when you first say something in chat once per day, it will basically announce that you're there. Like we can agree on what kind of message it is. Obviously, like if it's a message that's like problematic or whatever, that's not gonna fly. It will be like just like a sentence, not like a giant paragraph or whatever. Just for practicality reasons. And then for those who get a tier 3 sub, I am down to make a sound, like, you know, sound thing that'll play when you first say something in chat. I am going to be a bit limiting on what I'm going to do for those sound alerts, because the goal is I don't want it to be like I don't want it to be really disruptive, that kind of thing. Like, it's not going to be jump scary stuff or like blasting, you know, heavy metal guitar or something like that. Just because, you know, we go for like the chill vibe in the channel and that goes directly against it. But, you know, stuff like, you know, Here Comes Chaos, their sentient cookie. Like, you know, It's Always Awesome, Chaotic Awesome. Those kind of things. We can go with stuff like that. Can't tell what's happening with the harvester over there. Oh, it's at 80%. Okay. Then I'll get the 14 Legos I owe here in just a minute. Alright, so that's all the fields fertilized, so we're done with this for the day. Let's see, you know what you could, it'd be really cool if you could combo stream streaks with subs and use the streak as part of your sub message. I don't think I can do that, but I do agree. Let's see, Dark Dragon says, if you upgrade your sub to the 3, can I have a GIF with no sound? I don't think I want to do GIFs. I don't think that's where I want to go with it. Cause my fear is what'll end up happening if I go that route. If a bunch of people start getting the tier 3 subs and all that kind of stuff, it'll end up being one of those things where when stream starts, the screen will just be a jumble of an endless series of GIFs. Is my fear. With the sounds, I could sit there and I'm gonna have I could add what's known as a queue on my side. So play a sound and at least wait, you know, 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds, whatever, before it plays the next one. And I could do that with the GIFs. I'm just worried about having GIFs constantly covering the screen. Because to me, those are more invasive than the sounds a lot of the time. Let's see. You have to promote the existence of that sound command somehow. But yeah. So I don't think I want to, I don't think I want to go with that. That said, what GIF did you have in mind? Because the idea with the sound is that the sound would be like, you know, promoting that you've joined the channel and all that. So it'd be something like calling out that you've joined the stream or whatever. I can't tell if I'm on the right scene or not. We're just gonna go with it because my previews are being messed up. Okay, so where we left off, we got that thing built there. Oh, and you already go on. So here is this. You're supposed to go like that. I have 14 Lego pieces I owe you. The 13 after this. The 13, 12, And then this doesn't count as a piece here, but goes there. With the up. How's that going? Oh, I have this backwards. Hold, please. This is incorrect. This goes like this. Goes the other way around. I just realized you probably couldn't see that. It's basically the teeth on this side. I thought they had to go over to gear, they go the other way. Alright, and now we go back to that page. And so it wants me to turn this to be that way. So that I can put that through. Put that in place. I believe this puts us at 12. I'll catch up with chat in just a minute. Fortunately, I can't do this and talk to chat at the same time because we can't see chat right now. 12. Border bar there. This here, and another pivoting thing. There we go. 11. Image bending this up. Poking that through here. Still 11. Grab another short bar. Give it one of these red pieces here. Two of these. This becomes 10, 9, and 8. And I'm supposed to take this big arm here and pivot this back down. Poke that through here. Okay. And then 7. Trying to find the focus bar. Either there we go. And then 6.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Short so far. We go 4. Wait, how's that supposed to work? Is this supposed to block each other off? Oh, I see. So then go like that. And then 3. Twisted. Two. One. And I'm assuming, and yep. And 0. Alright, so that's the Lego pieces I owe from everyone being so generous during that hype train, so thank you so much for that. And let me catch up where we're at with everything going on in chat. Let's see here. What are you making? We are building a Lego kit that people have figured it out. It's people have figured it out, but I haven't been saying. I've been letting people to kind of guess it a lot. Let's see. Your team lost, and there was no fights. Yeah, I still am of the mind. It's like I don't go to hockey. I mean, I don't go to hockey games in general. Like, a game resulting in a fist fight is not a game going well. Looks like a Mars rover. Okay, the big one. We'll have to wait and see. It's a secret for some reason. It's just fun to let people guess and all that. Yeah, no, I saw Dragos. I think for the tier 3, I would rather do the sound thing than the GIFs. And it's just kind of one of those things that, like, with the sound thing, I can put it on a separate channel and all that. So when it comes to people watching the VOD, you know, they don't have all the extra sounds and all that. I can't really do that with GIFs. There's no idea of, like, the not VOD channel for the video, for the image part of it. And can I get a shout out for Pankraro if we haven't already done that? For those who don't know, Pankraro, fantastic content creator on the platform. Greatest pink squid on the internet. So definitely, oh, you already did? Cool. But yeah, so definitely someone worth watching. File plays a lot of like turn-based tactical games, like the XCOM style games, among many other things. Has played Slice of Life and a whole bunch of stuff. So definitely worth checking it out. But yeah, so sadly I can't see the preview because the preview in OBS is broken because something's been going on just like the last 2-3 days. I don't know if I got a video driver update or OBS updated, but I'll open the game and the whole thing will like go full screen, go off of full screen, and then the preview will be broken in OBS. And it's been infuriating because I just can't see what's going on. But it is what it is. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this position. So when do we... There's no stealing. Darth, if you're gonna make memes about like stealing stuff and references to Star Wars and everything, it should at least contextually make sense to the situation going on. You're about to head to bed? We'll stay as long as I'm awake. I appreciate that. But yeah, as a reminder, I know I mentioned earlier, I am doing the push for the 60-40 split on Twitch. Now that that's become a thing that I can start pursuing as of yesterday. So we're trying to get 100 plus points. So the only thing that counts for that is subs you buy for yourself. Tier 1, 2, and 3. Tier 1's 1 point, 2 is 2 points, and 3 is 6 points. So thank you so much for everyone who has been, you know, upgrading their subs, doing all that kind of stuff. It all helps. Oh, I need to slow down my tractor for doing this. Yep, no, I know what you're saying, Darth. My point is, there is literally no other owned property in this, so that's sort of like the Partner Plus thing. Yeah, so yeah, Ojima. So you'd be familiar with where Ultrasource has been pushing for Partner Plus. It's literally the same thing. What happened is, as of yesterday, it switched from Partner Plus requiring 350 points to requiring only 300 points. And then they added a new tier to Partner Plus for a 60-40 split. That requires 100 points. So it's literally the exact same program. It's just the 70-30 is the 300 points, and then the 60-40 is 100 points. But it is the same program and everything. And over a 3-month span? Yep. And then today is the very first month that counts towards that. I'm honestly curious, because I believe Ultra already had 2 months locked in and had 1 more month to go. Am I correct in that?
Thank you, the OG Mana, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, the OG Mana, for the tier 1 sub that you subbed for 3 months. So I really do appreciate that. Locking that in there, you're going to be giving me a point for each and every month that I'm trying to do this. So that means a whole lot. So thank you so much for that. I hope you enjoy your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Because I'm curious where Ultrasource has already got, I think it was 2 months locked in. I'm guessing if they hit the 300 points this month, as opposed to needing the 350, there's a good chance they'll qualify. I wouldn't take the chances on, like, I would still go for the 350 just to be sure. But it's a big deal. Like, to give you a very genuine idea on this, yeah, she has 2 out of 3 350, and has to still do 350 this month. Lame. Yeah, I would still go for it, but yeah, lame. That's annoying. That shouldn't work that way. It should drop to 300 for this month. The other two being 350, sure, whatever. But this month they should, put under the new rules. I imagine it's all done behind the scenes, programmatic, and all that kind of stuff. And so just the way it's coded, it doesn't backfill. And because it's a one-off issue that's going to only affect, like, maybe a dozen or 2 people, is probably the reason they're not doing it. Alright, Darth, you sleep. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for the support and everything. But yeah. No, it's a big deal. Like, the way I've been explaining it is that 10% bonus, or 10% higher percent, like the 10% more I get of the cut for all the subs in that when we qualify, it's like getting an extra month's pay every year for like no additional effort and no additional spending, beyond qualifying or whatever. No additional spending by the viewers. Versus if I could get to the 730, which I don't think is realistic for my situation right now, if I could get to the 730, it'd be like getting 2 extra months' pay every year, which is absurd. Oh, the new seater's still gonna take a little while, but yeah, like it'll be this stream, but it's not gonna be in the next half hour, I don't think, because I've got to harvest that field. I've got to harvest the far field. Once that's done, we go to the next in-game month. And with the next in-game month, then we will turn around and need to seed the wheat fields, and fertilize them before we can we'll fertilize and herbicide them. And then after that, we would fast forward till payday. And then when we get payday, we're good. Yeah, now this is basically me making the comments like, it's going to be a little bit before that's a thing. But thank you for everyone popping in. The trailer is heavy enough, the front tires in the tractor keep lifting up, and it's not turning. That I turn the tractor, and it just keeps moving in the direction it was going. Because we're just getting all our sorghum loaded up. That way the granary could continue producing all of our stuff. And we'll get this back over to where the harvester's going. And I'm going to drop off the sprayer real quick. And then probably grab everything I need from the blue tractor and all that, to have it ready to rock and roll with the seeder tomorrow. Well, actually, no, because I'll probably want to empty the, let's actually do a quick survey of How are the sheep doing? So they could use some food. And a little bit of water. And the other two buildings are good. So it's probably one of those things that I should get the mower and the baler and get our sheep all sorted. You're at your sister's house for the weekend, and one of the cats is in heat and won't leave me alone. I'm sorry. We should start charging the sheep rent. Excellent idea. I am on board. Alright, so let's go over here, grab the mower and the baler, get ourselves a couple of bales to put by the sheep so that they're sorted out for like the next 2 years. I found if I take the time to make like 2-3 bales and dump them by the sheep's like input, I could literally not have to deal with feeding the sheep again for like a year, like year 2, because it just takes them that long to eat it all. Okay, we can grab the mower. Where did I leave the baler? Oh, it's way over there. I see it. The Harry Bean says, "Is this first time or friendly? Been looking, but unsure." Oh yeah, no, we're welcoming for people brand new to the game and all that. Absolutely a-okay. Like, by all means, ask any and all questions you might have related to the game and whatnot, because most likely, if you're considering asking it, someone else probably is wondering it as well. Alright, so before we start mowing to get that little bit of grass for the sheep, our harvester's right about to be full. So you can go ahead and get this in position. But yeah, so we are doing a challenge run. If it seems like, oh man, why is this person making so little progress? We are playing in the most difficult settings, and we started with $0 in a chainsaw and a dream, and have slowly built up from there. But there's a lot of extra processes we could be doing to improve our situation that I just cannot afford. That's a yes, but also no. The game is relatively easy to get into, but it doesn't oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if the channel was, you know, first star friendly. Yeah, no, the game itself is... A lot of the processes are simple within themselves. The game isn't the best about letting you know when you need to do each process. So it does kind of require a little bit of, you know, like watching a video or looking up a tutorial or a guide just the first time to be like, okay, what order do I do things in? It gives you some information, but it's not particularly great at actually sitting down with you and being like, hey, here's how you do what. Like, it doesn't really let you know how useful fertilizer is or when you want to use it, that kind of thing. But once you get those basics, like, it's a very, very reachable game other than that specific stuff I was just talking about. There's also, like, a ton of extra stuff, but those are all... Oh, did I turn off my minimap? I want my minimap. There's a bunch of, like, extra stuff that doesn't get explained to you and all that, but that's kind of fine. Because all extra stuff is, like, extra opportunity kind of things that it doesn't mess up your game to not have that. You like to know why you're doing things? Yeah. That's kind of thing you run into the game when you first go there. It's like the tutorial in the game is like, here's how you plow a field, here's how you harvest a field, here's how you, fertilize a field. Like, it does a handful of those kind of things and says, okay, there you go. Have fun. But the game doesn't really tell you. It's like, here's when to do these things. Now, there's exceptions. There's some stuff that if you look at your field and you mouse over it while you're standing near it, it'll be like, hey, I need to be rolled. Hey, I need to be, whatever. But it's not super clear. But yeah, like if you just look up like one YouTube guide, it'll be like, just here's how you plow a field, here's how you, seed a field, here's how you, like, it's pretty much just knowing the order. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Then once you know the basic order, you don't have to worry about it from after that, because every field will be pretty much the same. I am going to slow down time because we are reaching a point that I haven't started harvesting the next field yet, which I need to do, well, I should do today. And there's all that. Okay, so let's take the first bale here. And drive it over here to drop off the grass for the sheep. But first, we need to get our harvester onto the other side of our farm. To start the next sorghum field. Alright, Luxray, thanks for hanging out and all the support and all that. You sleep well. Okay. So the harvester is going to be our bottleneck after the seeder. But like the seeder's the big painful one right now. But then next after that would be the harvester. That's a bigger task because the harvester is more expensive. But with the better seeder, we'll be able to make a lot more progress. That said, I think my order of operations is buy the seeder, buy potentially a windrower, probably get an extra section of land, and then we can use a windrower and all that to make a whole bunch of bales of grass and all that. Start going towards getting some silage and all that going, maybe towards. Well, actually, we'll see. I think we planned. Oh, what was the? So it's definitely the cedar was next, and I thought we were going to potentially. Oh, I thought it was going to get the cedar, maybe the windrower and or warehouse. Start doing some of those infrastructure kind of things, and then maybe pick up another tile of land. And then after that, we would probably go for the harvester. Yeah, we definitely need to get the better harvester going. I feel like I'm going to have to cut these trees down or the AI is going to struggle. Okay, so our biggest field is done. The other sorghum field is nowhere near as big as this field. It's a pretty big field, but it's not as big as this one. But then we'll get the bales for the sheep so that they have food. We'll top off their water, top off the greenhouses, get all that stuff sorted. After all that, while we wait on the harvester to get its stuff done, we'll check on the flour and see if I need to rotate. I probably don't need to worry about rotating it today. We want to make sure the flour keeps going through, because right now that flour is our biggest money. Like the bakery is better money per capita kind of thing, but as far as just like raw sum, the grain mill is the one who's doing the most work at the moment. Okay. Alright, so we've got you in position. And get you back to getting the grass for the sheep. And eventually for this kind of stuff, we will get a much, much larger area to deal with a lot of this. Like, we'll get, like, a dedicated large area for dealing with all of the food for the animals. Alright. There's the first bale. Because then we can do the thing where we get the mower that's like 3-4 times the width of the tractor, can mow about as fast as the tractor can go. Put the giant windrower on the back of it to like sweep it all into one giant pile. And then after all that, you'd have the another vehicle, you know, go in and do the baler. Just knock out bale after bale, right? You know, one after the other. All right. I can't remember what side. Oh. It's going to stop with the arm on the wrong side. So I'll just have to back it up position and deal with it. That's okay. It happens. We can just park ourselves right over here, and when it does, we can just stop real fast. It should be almost full. Yep, so just have to pull over here, drop that in, and get right back on track. Okay. Yeah, and they show how many hours you've got with the engine running on each of these things. I want to say they said the maintenance costs top off at 50 running hours. That it needs repairs 6 times as often, which means the cost of keeping it all running adds up very quickly. But we're not in the budget to get a replacement, so we're stuck with it. I have noticed, even with the increased repair costs, it doesn't really bother me that much. Like, I don't feel a need to take stuff I've been using for a while and be like, oh, it's been used a while, sell it. Like, the cost of buying the new equipment a lot of times feels like it's not significant enough to make it worth, just going out of your way. I imagine when you have just tons of money, the numbers probably do work out that, like, that's the correct route to go. Let's go pick up my mess here. But where we're struggling with money, it doesn't feel like that significant thing to just go with it and be like, okay. I do wish it took longer for them to become damaged, even if it was something that they, like, the cost effectiveness, even if that remained the same as it is right now, I do kind of wish it was like you didn't have to repair them quite as often. Because it does feel like I very constantly repair them. And I know there's mods to change it. Alright. And I'm not too worried about making this spot particularly nice and neat with where we're mowing the grass. It's just going to grow back. We just need to feed the sheep. Later on, we'll have a dedicated place to deal with this. Because we'll have, cows, sheep, pigs, chickens, all that kind of stuff. So I'll just need, a lot of area to do, like, grass and hay and silage and all that good stuff. Okay. It'll also be a thing that'll help out making an actual field of grass versus just where it's growing wild. That's fine. Where it's growing wild, you can get much better yield if you actually set up a field like we have our crops and fertilize it, and there's like a grass roller and a whole bunch of stuff you do. Okay. And there's like my once every 2-ish years. That was not smooth. My like once every 2-ish years, what am I doing right now? Once like every 2-ish years topping off the sheep's grass. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so we've got them all topped off. We'll drop these off real fast. Alright, so I want to catch it on this pass. To empty it, to keep it moving. This song always makes me think of Loop Hero. I had a lot of fun with Loop Hero. I don't think they ever ended up doing, like, I know they did a bunch of like quality of life, that kind of things. I don't think it was a game that they like kept expanding on the idea for it, like adding new, more and more, adding DLC. I don't believe it did. So I felt like it's kind of one of those things that was like one and done, but it was like a really good one and done. And for those who don't know, Loop Hero is a game. The way I describe it is kind of as like reverse tower defense. And what I mean by that is the classic genre of tower defense is you have a path, enemies follow along the path, and you build towers that grouped up can exploit weaknesses, vulnerabilities, whatever you want to call them, in the enemies. Now, the way Loop Hero worked was kind of weird, is that you'd place things that would make the enemies, and that your character would move through the maze. And you just had to kind of go with it. So the challenge was giving yourself enough monsters to fight that your character could level up, get better equipment, and stronger faster, but being very careful to not accidentally put too many or too dangerous monsters that your character would die, because when your character dies, that's when the game ends. So it's kind of this trying to balance between, giving yourself as much to fight as possible without accidentally pushing too far. It was a really fun game. Oh, I don't need this tractor. I need you. Alright, so we're filling up the greenhouse, then we'll get water for the sheep, and it'll fill up the other greenhouse. Good stuff's happening. And the sheep are off sheeping. Okay. Someday this poor little 25 horsepower tractor will be retired. Like right now it's just been perfect for like the little water carrier. Like the carrying the water is a little much for the tractor, but it does a good job of it. Enough that I see no reason to get rid of it yet. I do suspect when we get our next largest tractor, then we'll probably hit the point that it doesn't make sense for me to keep the little 25 around, because we'll switch out the 25 for the 100 horsepower to haul the water. And then it'll be between this tractor and whatever new tractor we get to facilitate everything else. Now, I do ideally want to make the other tractor, whatever new tractor I get, I do want to make sure it's powerful enough that we can actually get the largest cultivator, because we only have the second largest now. But there are a couple pieces of equipment that we could use a little bit more that could be accommodated. So one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take all this bread and I'm gonna take one full stack of the flour. I'm just gonna set that aside because I can stack one stack of flour and one stack of bread and take those in one trip when it comes time to sell. So that'll save me time. All right. There's this. You seen the clip with that little tractor trying to load the mushrooms uphill? Oh yeah, that wasn't even the worst. I think the worst one we had was it was when we were playing an Ultra Sources server. I don't remember what it was hauling. I think it may have been carrots. That just very genuinely, I was struggling super hard trying to get that to go uphill. I hope you get far enough that we can actually have you turn around so that the arm is on the correct side. But as well as things that, like, it was technically moving, but it was going, like, half a mile an hour, and you're, like, have to, like, finagle it to try and get it to go up at all. That's just when you don't have the horsepower to drag some of the things, because you underestimate how heavy some of those boxes are. Like, the pallet of carrots, for example, I want to say is, like, 1.5 tons per pallet. And you go and you put like 6 or 7 pallets on a trailer and go, why is my little 25 horsepower tractor struggling? Oh, I see. I'm trying to move like 15 tons with this tiny little tractor uphill. Okay, so you're pretty close to halfway through the field. That's fine. And this is the last harvest so far as like actually running the harvester I need to do before we get paid out. We should be making almost 200,000 when we get this payout, because I've got a bunch outstanding from last year's harvest that was still processing in the greenhouse, so I couldn't sell it. Like, it's like when I say a couple, it's like 36,000 liters of sorghum was still processing. So that is a significant amount. Okay. So you have about 4 more in there. Because you're amazed the 100 horsepower tractor doesn't just stop on the spot with some of the loads it carries. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's a thing. If they had like the mud runner, or sorry, snow runner type of physics, I can only imagine a lot of the big heavy loads you'd get, you just tear up the field moving forward. That, you know, your tires would just spin until, you know, like dug in enough that they get some traction, and then you have like these trailers that keep getting stuck in it. You know, these like ruts dug all through your fields. Okay. Now, between now and payday, if we get really lucky and we have either the seeder or a really good harvester shows up on a really good discount, we might be able to snag it. That'd be the only way it would potentially deviate from the current plan, is if we get a bargain for something that we're after anyways, because why would you not take it? Okay, and this will be full enough. It'll be time to drop off some more of the sorghum at the grain mill. I'm also looking forward to when we have the really big setups and all that, because very genuinely I could see taking some of these fields, like this field right here, I could see buying the land in front of us, and then just making this field extend all the way to that rock area. And then as I kind of could see buying the 2 tiles to the side there and making that one mammoth field, because like the largest harvesters and that, I could just turn it loose and be like, okay, just do this while I take care of other things. I'm gonna keep the AI busy for a long time. The final payout would be just amazing. We'll get there. Okay, I could also genuinely see extending this field close this way. I planned on putting buildings on the side here, but tractor horsepower is measured at the PTO. Makes sense. It does make me wish within the game, though, they had more complete information about the tractors and all that. Like, I wish it was just a thing when you looked at the left-hand side, it was like, here's what tool is hooked up on the back. Or, sorry, here's what connection you have in the back. Here's the connection you have in the front. So you can just look at a glance and be like, ah, here's the tools I can and cannot use with that. And they have that for some. There's a couple where they're like specialty hookups that it labels it. But even like, you know, just your typical PTO kind of things, you have to kind of like look at the tractor, and then some of the tractors it doesn't come with one, but you can do an upgrade to get it. I wish it's very straightforward and clear in the UI that you could see when that was an option. And while we're waiting on these things, we could probably get the cultivator hooked up and start cultivating the field. Because, I mean, the harvester's right now the bottleneck, so there's no reason... Like, everything else is basically done other than the harvester. So if we get the cultivator real fast, I could just cut it loose on this field. That'd be one less thing I gotta worry about later. It's fast enough, it'll probably finish first.
I drove my tractor through your haystack last night. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. I threw me pitchfork at your dog to keep quiet. Ooh-ah, ooh-ah. Now something's telling me that you're avoiding me. Come on now, darling, you've got something I need, cause I got a brand new combine harvester and I'll give you the key. Come on now, let's get together in perfect harmony. I got 20 acres and you got 43. Now I got a brand new combine harvester and I'll give you the key.
Thank you, Leafy Pew, for the 100 biddies. That feels like it's definitely a song of some kind. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm more upset that someone actually wrote the song. Because the implication of being like, this person is awful, but also, I've got a new combine harvester. But thank you, Leafy Pew, for that. Alright, so let you do your thing. You're going along pretty well. Yeah, so thank you for that. Oh man, I don't even want to think about, like, I was trying to like picture in my head what type of, like, would it be, you know, like country slash folk like music? Because it's clearly making fun of that. but would it actually be that, or would it be something else just to make fun of it? Is the real question there. Punk country? I was about to be like, is that a thing? I'm like, no, wait, it has to be. There has to be such thing as punk country. Punk ska country. It's country, but more electric guitars. But they all have, like, the grunge filter. What do I teach? Back when I was teaching in college, I taught computer repair, advanced computer repair, CompTIA A+ certification. And then later on, I was teaching software development. That is teaching all sorts of individual technologies and whatnot. So it's a range of tech skills. But yeah, so when I was a college instructor, it was in classroom versus later on, I would author courses that, people would join, sign up for, whatever you want to say. Commonly used, it was mostly used like business to business kind of stuff. But we had a lot of individuals who'd also pick it up as well. Till acquisitions kind of killed the company. As in being acquired again and again. I mean, the company's still around, but it's just a ghost of what it once was. Okay. But generally speaking, I'm very knowledgeable on stuff like IT, general tech stuff, software dev, that kind of nonsense. Like, certainly if you get into, like, specialties in IT or software dev, then it depends on if it happens to be a specialty I've messed with. Otherwise, it's one of those things. It's like, these days, saying you're an IT or software dev is like saying you work in science. It's like, okay, you said words, but they can mean so many different things. Alright, yeah, so you're just plugging along just fine. Alright. There's a very good chance that the cultivator will finish before the harvester does. Here, we could watch from the harvester's point of view. Like, we'll finish cultivating before the harvester finishes that. And then we can worry about that. But, like, with the schedule we have, to catch people up on what we've got going on right now. So we're in the month of August. So we are harvesting our sorghum, and next month we get to plant the wheat. That'll be our big time sink. But then I don't have to worry about the sorghum again until April. And then January, February is payday. So basically, we got to plant the wheat, then it's payday, then we plant the sorghum with our brand new, seeder. So that's the order of operations we got at the moment. Yeah, we should be good, because it'll be 30% up, 30% back, it'll be at about 90%, and then I can pick it up on the next pass. Cool. So, the seeder's the big thing we have. It's the same width as the harvester, but it's just as slow, that kind of thing. But the reason I'm prioritizing it over the harvester is to get a meaningful upgrade with the harvester is extremely expensive, whereas getting an upgrade for the seeder is nowhere near as bad. Oh, I don't know why. I was just trying to rehash those lyrics in my head from what Leafy Pew had posted, and it just reminded me of our entire situation in Mountain Blade where we got married, and we got to the last step, and people were like, "Oh man, Like, this entire romance is like cold and calculating in that it's like, no, let's be very pragmatic about it. And then we went to the dad to like get the blessing. And he's like, yeah, $200 will do. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm rescuing you from this guy. It's like, daughter, she's $200. It's fine. No, it's okay. And you're just like, come on, man. $200 is nothing in that game. So it's very much like, come on, dude. Just video game logic. That's okay. We were supportive of our sister. Our sister's like, I have just become an adult. It's like, here is your commission, build an army. You are now a warlord. Just video game things. Alright, so this pass, we need to empty it out. And the good news is I think I'll have to empty it out one more time after this time. And then this field will be done. And then be ready to advance things on to start seeding the wheat fields. Which would be good. You know, and while that's happening, I can run around and repair the harvester and repair all the other equipment that was heavily used today. Because almost everything tomorrow is the blue tractor. I mean, actually, I think, yeah, the blue tractor will run the seeder, and I think, honestly, this tractor, I might do the sprayer a little bit with it. It's not really strong enough to do it, but in a pinch, it can manage. I keep hitting the wrong button. I need to stop doing that. It is very cathartic watching this part, just having the harvester harvesting and having the vehicle with the trailer that the trailer just slowly fills up. Is a very cathartic thing. When we get the really big harvester we're going to get later, that'll be interesting with dealing with this problem. Because just, it'll fill this thing up so fast. But that's when we'd be at the point of going, okay, it's time to buy like a semi-truck front and get the giant trailers. That whole bit. Alright, so I'm thinking that's 5 or 6 passes till this field is fully harvested. Which shouldn't be too bad. Like I said, it'll be one of those things that'll hop in here with the tractor to pick up one full pickup. Then we can just drop it off because the harvester will need to go over that way anyways, so we can just drop off on the way by. Alright. And you're making pretty good progress here as well. That's kind of a big thing to figure out is having more fields at different steps of their operation and more tractors, so that when I set up something like this, I have something else I can be actively working on. To just, you know, the more stuff you have going simultaneously that you're able to have the AI handle, just the more production we're going to get. Yeah, with how much there is in these fields, we're genuinely reaching the point that, you know, and I think in the future, when I go to cross from the one sorghum field to the other, I think I repair and gas up the harvester. Because we're definitely taking a penalty on how much crop we're getting now with the state of repair that the harvester's in. It'll be like getting 10% less or something like that. But right now, driving it back to repair it and bring it back down is like, eh. Alright, because it just has to reach the end, come back, we empty it out, trailer and 100 horsepower tractor gets out of here. You finish, by then the cultivator should be finished. We can drag the cultivator over here if we have the time and just plunk it down in the field for dealing with later. We won't worry about repairing the harvester in-game today necessarily. We can put that off till tomorrow, because the blue tractor's going to be running around doing stuff all day tomorrow. So, while it's doing its thing, I can run around and take care of all the other projects. Alright. And as a reminder, we are going to be getting a community farm sim server started on the 6th this month. The details are in the Discord. We have a community server channel. The DLC you will need is you will need the Platinum and Premium expansions, and I believe it was the Hay and Bale DLC. If you have the Year 1, Year 2 Season Pass, you're good. It includes those, but if you didn't want to get the Year 1, Year 2 Season Pass, that's what we've grabbed for that. But I just went with that because if we leave those out, there's enough crops that wouldn't be included that, you know, I feel like a bunch of people would be bummed about it. Whereas a lot of the other DLC we didn't include is just extra tractors and equipment. But my plan is we will start up the server, see who actually like logs in and all that, and see what DLC people have in common. And if they do have more DLC in common, we can just turn those on. The only mods we're looking at running right now is the Universal Autoloader and Super Strength on the community server. Right now, I am running only Universal Autoloader and then the map itself for this. I haven't fully decided which map it's going to be. It won't be this map, but there are two maps I've been considering between that, there's one that has a whole bunch of fields in the middle of the map, but then there's an area kind of on the bottom part of the map that, it's not a mod map, it's part of the game that has a bunch of open area you can make fields. So I'm debating between that one and the newest map they came out with. But we'll figure that all out. Because I do want it to have a bunch of existing fields, because while I'm down for this kind of play myself, the server will be running a far more, like, normal difficulty and all that. You know, that way it's more approachable for people new to the game, and, you know, want to have more, like, a relaxing time with it. But we'll get that up and running. And I think I've got it set up to handle 10 people is what's going to be the server at first. If we need more space, I can bring it up. If we don't end up needing nearly that space, I can bring it down. But we'll figure it all out, get there. Because it's one of the first times it is the first time, actually, I'll be running a community server on the channel. So I kind of just want to see how it goes. But we've got all that. We also have going on the Discord, there's the poll for what games you'd like to see played in the channel, in the polls channel. And then we will soon put up polls for our community night, where we're going to play a bunch of games together within the community off stream on one of the Thursdays this month. And then later on in the month, we'll have a different community server we'll spin up, and we'll vote to see what it is. Chris saying, "Oh my god, this kimchi is infamous, so good, can't eat enough." Yeah, I know a lot of people are like super into kimchi. Alright, at 30 a pass. I'm gonna keep this stage. I was gonna drive it back. I'm a little worried that that might be like 3.5 passes. How do I feel about Pal World? I did not get a key, so I didn't end up playing it. I don't really have a strong opinion about one way or the other. It isn't something that, you know, interests me as much as a lot of people. I do enjoy myself a good survival builder game, but where a whole bunch of people are like, it's like Pokemon meets Ark meets whatever, it's like, okay, you've just described things that don't interest me that much. Like, Ark is fine. I mentioned before, for me, I never got into Ark because Ark came out kind of at the time I had just, like, really burnt myself out in survival. So it kind of got punished by the other games that popped out, just because I'd already played a ridiculous number of survival games and it's kind of pretty over punch tree. And I never really went back to give it a good shot. That said, I really have enjoyed Enshrouded, which we did get a key for. I just kind of held off because it's an oversaturated category on Twitch right now, so I can't really justify streaming it. But yeah, for Palworld is definitely one that I'm like, if I got a key, I would check it out. You know, like if the devs had given me a key, I would have checked it out for like a stream. But with them not giving me a key, it's like, I'm not gonna buy it. So well, no, that's what I was saying is, Enshrouded is a survival game. When it's talking about the Ark thing, that was back when Ark came out. Gotcha, spoke too soon? Yeah. That was when Ark came out that I was, pretty burnt out on survival stuff. These days, not as much. That said, I tend to be the kind of person when you have the quote-unquote realistic survival, the Green Hell style survival, I don't tend to enjoy those that much. The survival mechanics start to lean a little bit more to me into the chore versus fun. Whereas when you have the survival that's more like the long dark, where you're not picking like ticks off your person and you're not getting food parasites constantly and whatever other nonsense they come up with. It's just kind of, food, water, shelter type deal. I tend to enjoy those ones a lot more. Conan Exiles burnt you out? That was another one that I ended up getting a key for it. But actually no, I bought a key for it. I think. I don't remember. Either way, I have a key for it. That's the whole point, is I have the game. I think I bought it a long time ago, but I never ended up playing it. Like, it looks good, but it felt like that was... Like, one of the problems I'm running into with a lot of survival games nowadays is so many survival games tend to be intended for multiplayer as, like, the primary focus. And that's fine, but that's not really what I want. It's one of the reasons why I actually really liked The Long Dark. Because, one, the survival felt reasonable and not silly and cartoony and not, over the top running from cannibals or whatever other nonsense people came up with. It was just, it's cold, there's bears, there's wolves, figure it out. And I liked that part of it. Whereas, like, the original The Forest, I liked the building mechanics a lot. I liked the idea of the game. But then, to me, the whole, like, making armor out of people, like, bits of people, one was unrealistic, but also, two, was just really off-putting to me. And I get it's to fit the narrative of the game, that the narrative of the game is, in your attempt to survival, you kind of become a monster yourself. And I understand that. But for me, it just... Like, I couldn't really look past it. It just took me out of the game way too much because it's constantly dealing with this ridiculous over-the-top nonsense. And then Green Hell, like, I found myself being kind of interested in the story, but a lot of the mechanics felt like they were just there to slow you down. And so I very quickly, found I didn't care about the mechanics so much, I just wanted the story. And so the mechanics of the survival were the thing in the way that I never did end up finishing it. I just didn't enjoy, like, the laying it down on the ground and every single time waking up with worms and just randomly getting leeches on yourself, constantly running through the brush and all that kind of stuff. I was like, I just don't want to do this. This is just annoying at this point. Let's see. Green Hell burnt you out, and you rage quit the long dark. You couldn't kill rabbits with stone throwing. I got amazing at the stone throwing with the rabbits. I was very proud of myself at how good I got at stone throwing with the rabbits. That was after a lot of not being good at it, though. Exiles is fun, but it can be a slog. A lot of survival games can get very, very grindy in a not good way. Like, sometimes the grind can be good and fun, and other times the grind just really is a grind. Levy says, if I wanted to run around pulling leeches, I would move to the jungle in real life. Yeah, that was just the whole thing, is Green Hell very much... It just felt like a slog the whole way through. Like, at first, like, okay, this is interesting, but after about the 8th time that you just walked around, you got more leeches on you, and you had to deal with, like, turning your leg back and forth to see where it's on you and all that, and, you know, the whole... Like... It felt like later on when you're trying to do the story, you would go a little ways on the island, it'd start to get late, and you're like, okay, I could try just running to the objective, finishing that, and then running back to my existing shelter without being able to have a meaningful map. Or instead, you know, because apparently a pen is too complicated of a tool to allow the protagonist to have. Or I stop now, and I build the same little dinky wooden shelter I built a dozen times to just give myself another place to sleep. And it just really kind of felt like it's just in this rotation of building the same shelter again and again, or pushing my luck of not building the shelter. And I'm like, this isn't fun. I also have a problem in a lot of games where I don't like building a second base. I'd rather make like one impressive base and then maybe have like kind of a forward base thing going on just a little bit. But like even games that like really pressure you to do it, like later on Terraria did the whole thing where they made it so if you built multiple locations you got the teleporters. I'd have like the one base I built up and I would put just the minimum to meet the requirements to be able to do the teleport at the other locations. Like it was just not a thing I wanted to deal with. Okay, cool. Alright, so we have everything set up. So we're going to advance our day. And then it is planting day. So that'll be a whole thing. So since the bottleneck is going to be this tractor, we're immediately going to go get the planter and all that and get that going. You have such a bad tummy ache. That's no fun. Don't do that. I feel like I needed the other side, didn't I? I did. It helps if I would actually put these tools away consistently. Yeah, there's definitely survival games I have enjoyed. Lots of them. And that's some of them being survival, like Project Zomboid is a survival, where you're like, it's survival, it's like technically in the survival genre, but like, when you say it's a survival game, it's not what you think of. Like, it is a game that features survival mechanics. Like, keep things organized, it's crazy talk. I know. So first, before I forget, switch that to wheat. Get you going as fast as we can, and I can deal with all your stuff. And all right, now while that's happening over there, we can just go ahead and drop off the flower. Oh, I still have you set to the slower speed. All right, there we go. And drop this off. Also, check the sales. Nothing we care about. And then we can shift the bread over. Now we get the harvester repaired. We're just gonna go through one by one and get everything knocked as best we can. Okay. Yeah, so the things I have to do today is I gotta seed our wheat fields, I've got to fertilize them, and I have to put down the herbicide so that the weeds don't become a problem. This Greg says, you have to say, you have mad respect for where you're up to with having this started with nothing. You've been doing a similar thing yourself, and you think over a year, and at most you have to say a greenhouse, a small tractor, and a mower, and a forage wagon. I feel like I wouldn't say going the grass road is a trap. It's not. But as far as like the human hours that go into managing all the grass does end up costing you a lot of time. Like it's worth doing. Grass can be very lucrative in this game. But I feel like it's one of those things that gets you early on that, you know, sure you can make money at the grass. It's not great money. Not till you start doing stuff like silage, and then it can just print cash. Yeah, the run I've been doing on YouTube is the one. That's probably going to be more like what you're dealing with, because I made the mistake of way I set up, I ended up getting the stuff for carrots because I just did not have enough to like really set up with the proper crop or anything. Alright, so we've got that set. But do you want the grass because you've exhausted your tree in your land? Unless you wanted to spam greenhouses and you didn't have the cash to invest in anything else? Yeah, now it's the same thing I ran into with the was doing on the other one. Because I could have chosen the tile on my YouTube one that had way more trees, like way more trees, and it would have been fine, but I didn't want it to be a run of just cut down trees forever. So like I said, I went with a route of I had only, I think it was like 40 or 50 or whatever thousand that I have the same tractor I have here, so I couldn't do a lot of stuff. And I could have gone the way of grass, and maybe I should have. The only reason I didn't is this tractor can't do a front hookup. So it means to do grass, I'd have to do like, you know, one pass of mowing everything, then the other pass of actually, you know, foraging, wagging, and all that. So instead it's like, no, I don't want to do that. And I had thought I was going to have enough, so I'd already plowed a giant field that would have just gone to waste. So I was like, you know what? We're going to just go with the carrots. And it's been rough. I knew it was like, I spent a lot of time in the video being like, oh, I really don't want to do this. But it is what it is. Oh, yeah, and you didn't want to use the greenhouse that came with it. They're OP. Oh, yeah. Now was the whole thing. We had those right at the beginning. And when they were paying out like 10,000 a month, I'm like, all right, these got to go. these aren't balanced. Like, they're paying in a month about the same that we're getting a year from the regular greenhouses. They were just plain silly. All right. Just getting everything all serviced and repaired while we're seeing the field. That'll be our big bottleneck for today. This is the last time we need to seed with the little seeder. Unless we get our money, and it just so happens like the giant harvester is on sale that day. At which point, if the giant harvester is on sale the day we would go to buy our seeder, then that would be the one thing that would change us. Now, granted, we get our money. I'm not going to buy the seeder until I need it, and the only reason I'm saying that is just for the purposes of in case it happens to go on sale, or we have one of the best harvesters go on sale between then. Because realistically, having that 206 or whatever it would be, if we get real lucky, like, harvesters like that half off would be potentially a little bit better than half off, would be in our budget range. Is it likely to happen? No. But it would be worth it if it did. Because then we could potentially get the largest harvester, one of the largest harvesters, and that would take the other process that's our big bottleneck and give us a quick win on it. Realistically, that doesn't happen, though. Yeah. This is still way faster than the seeding used to be. The seeder used to be, I think it was 3 meters wide, and this one's 6. I think that's what it is. Yeah, the only problem with doing the forestry all the time, to me, is just picking up the logs afterwards. That part of it is like picking up the logs to sell them. That is the place that it gets very laborious. We were doing the Silver Run map for a long time. And don't get me wrong, like that map we were doing ridiculously well on money because just clearing the trees out was just a fortune. We had the sawmill running 24/7 forever. And it was, again, just like printing money all day, every day. Like that one is entirely the personal human labor that was the bottleneck. Alright, time to gas you up and repair you. I can't wait to get that bigger seeder. It'll save us so much time. Like, it's the challenge of the seeder, like, everything but the harvest will be so far ahead, it'll just tempt me to buy more tiles of land to be able to make way more money faster. But because the harvester will still be a major bottleneck, I'll definitely want to work around that. I mean, it's entirely possible that what we do is we just choose crops that the harvest dates are the same. As long as that happens, we'll be pretty okay. Like, deliberately stagger the harvest dates so we can harvesters running all the time. Okay. And gas it up, and the harvest will be ready for next harvest. Multiple fields could benefit from lots of small harvesters. This is true. The only downside with that, though, is then me keeping up with it with the trailers starts to get tricky. But again, that's also a solvable problem. Because like getting a bigger trailer wouldn't be that expensive. All things considered. But yeah, no, like we could definitely sit there and get a second harvester and have one harvester running each of, like, for example, the sorghum fields. And then just drive to one side, do the pickup, drive, you know, drop off the sorghum on the way by, pick up from the other field, and just go back and forth. That would certainly be a doable thing, but not even a bad idea either. It just, you know, 100,000 for a harvester this size is a price. I think I'd rather save up, not necessarily for the biggest harvester, but to get a significant upgrade. It's also those things, if we were to look at this harvester, it ends up being not worth, like, this amount of money, where this plus its tire is probably only worth 20,000. I think it would honestly just keep this. And for, like, some of our smaller fields, I would, you know, cut this loose on the smaller field where I take the other harvester and I put it in the big field. And see how that goes. It's basically, it's worth more to me just to keep the thing because the sale price has gotten so low. But yeah, so like if I had the big harvester doing the field where that tractor is, I could take this little harvester and put it over on that field. Because one would assume after I get the big harvester, I think that would be the point we save up for the semi, get the really big trailers. And with the really big trailers, I would go from... So you have this trailer here that carries 22.5 meters cubed. The really big trailer, like the tractor trailer... Here, we can go with it this way. That's not what I want. Versus those ones, that's only 40. I'll have to check in a month. I think you can get up to like 80 or something, or you could like daisy chain some of them. Okay, so we go to the truck, go to these ones, go combinations, go all the way over here to the right. That's for your pallets. It looks like 75.6 meters cubed. So basically it's like 3-4 of those. Alright, so you can park you up. Okay, and this tractor is really not equipped to operate this. But while we're waiting on the seeder, we can go ahead and get it into position. Those are running, right? I didn't accidentally turn off the greenhouses. Animals are all good. No, they're fine. Okay. So is this the semi-bale trigger bigger than the autoloader? I actually don't know the answer to that. Let's check. I'm also taking a quick look. So these are both like 40, 50, 59. And then this one is like a double pivot. It's almost 80. But the bale trailer was here somewhere. 2 bales. Just 2. But they're the big bales. So, no. It's not really that big. The baler picker-upper we have is way better. Yeah, so that'd be our big trailers to deal with. But that'll be a later thing. You love this game? It's a good game. Alright, so now let's use the tractor that's nowhere near adequate for this. To do this while the other tractor is busy. The problem with this one is that trailer is so heavy. Also, what is the oat season? Oats? Those are March to July. Plant in March, harvest in July. Okay. Greg says, I wasn't planning it, but you're thinking you could afford silage pit from all this grass that can be invested? Yeah, no, if you're doing grass, going silage is definitely a move. You can't run tandem oats with sorghum? No. No, there's not very many crops you could do more than one in a grow, because like if we do the oats finish in July, and you get to see that there's like nothing you can harvest then. And then you can plant the stuff that's August and September and all that, but then you don't harvest in time for the oats. I found for me, the big thing I would use oats for is that it would plant oats like the first year kind of thing, and then harvest the oats, and then I'd be able to turn around in that same oat field and put like wheat down. And then, you know, I could do it that way. But then you can't go back from wheat to oats. The wheat would grow past the point of the oats growing, like the planting season, or planting month, whatever you want to say. And Soul Adams on a 25 stream streak. Caught the last 25 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. It means a whole heck of a lot that people would, you know, not just even tune in, but like tune in to the point that they're not missing a single stream and whatnot. Alright, so what I'm going to do real fast, because I need to use the restroom, because I've been sitting here without taking a break since the start of stream for the most part, is I'm going to go ahead and have you watching this, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here soon. Okay. All right, very last Lardine. You take it easy. I hope you do get that sleep you need. So, thank you again for so much for tuning in. All right. So this is our biggest field that we need to harvest with, or sorry, seed with this. As I've said, this is the very last time we're going to be using this seeder. Once this is all seeded, we'll never need to seed this field again. With this seeder, we'll get the big seeder, and we'll just be good. And it'll be nice because that seeder is going to be ridiculously large and able to handle all of it. It'll also do the first round of fertilizer, so not only is it going to cut this phase of it down by a third of its time, it'll also take out the entire additional process where I have that other tractor doing the fertilizer. It'll take one of those laps. I'll still have to do the one lap of fertilizer, but I won't have to do a second. I still will need to go through also and do the herbicide though. But the point being is it cuts this time and the operation time here in a third, and it also cuts an entire operation off the list. At someday, I'll probably get the rollers. You'll need both fertilizer types again. Can you not fertilize, then do the fertilizer / seeder at the same, like, one after the other? Is that what I'm understanding? I mean, it's fine if we do. All seeders take solid. Oh, you're just saying I need to buy the solid stuff. That's fine. I was like, why would I need to do the big wagon again? The AI tends to take this last stripe and back the entire way to the beginning and then miss a spot, so I just took over. But then we'll have it get topped off, send it to the next field. This will already be the largest of the fields that we have to seed with this. Yeah, the coffee's still working its way. Yeah. Now I gotcha. So the seeder's fertilizer is solid fertilizer, which makes sense. The idea is it's putting the seed down the ground with the fertilizer and all that. It makes sense that it would be a solid as opposed to the spray. But yeah, that wouldn't be a problem at all. That'll still be big. Is that we would cultivate the field, fertilize the field, run the seeder, then herbicide, and then the field's done for what we need it for till harvest. As opposed to right now, we cultivate the field, we fertilize the field, we seed the field, then we fertilize the field again, then we herbicide, then we harvest. You don't think that will work in that order? Okay. You think all seeders do the fertilizer first? Oh, okay. I mean, that would make sense as well. Like, either way, we'll figure it out. So this field's done with the seeder. Let's race over here, grab the seeds, get the next field not, sorted. Okay. Wait, you baby one more time, your brain is scattered? It happens. Alright, so we can go ahead and run over here. And this is the next field to be done. And we can get you on doing this. Let's see, Craig says, if your field is pre-fertilized, applying the fertilizer when you seed should give a second dose. This is based on if you plant grass or oilseed radish when you cultivate into levels that does that first. Let's see, Kaker says, seeders can be first or second run of fertilizer. You just have to put down... You just have to first run down before you cultivate. Oh, so you're saying like a harvest, fertilize, then cultivate? I didn't realize you could do it that way. That's interesting. Oh wait, I finished cultivating the field in front of me. We can already just go over there and fertilize that field. Okay, that's good. They can just keep fertilizing all these fields while we have the seeder doing its thing. And we should be all in good order. This is going not too bad. We're already past the worst part of today. That's reminds you, bee's knees when? Well, right now, the seeder's the priority. I don't want to accidentally spend money. And then the seeder comes up and I can't afford it, so I have to wait a whole extra year. So I'm not going to be buying anything like bees or any of the other stuff that, you know, there's definitely benefits to getting them. Yeah. Craig says, there's a graphical cheat sheet that puts the order harvest, mulch, roll, fertilize, cultivate, seed, plus fertilizer to get the max yield. Only thing is, the field will still show needed rolling if you do it in that order. Gotcha. We don't have the mulch stuff set up yet. But that'd be another thing to potentially add on here. And then you'd follow all that with herbicide to prevent weeds. Okay. Let's see, if your brain cooperates and doesn't troll you at the moment, harvesting and seeding enables rolling. Alright, and we can go and drive past this field. And do our giant field over there on the end. Because that one's not ready for seeding yet, but we can go ahead and get the round of fertilizer done. You also think the cheat sheet has roll in the wrong spot, as the idea of rolling is to push the stones back into the ground, which count as a layer of lime. So it should come after cultivating. I didn't know rolling the stones counts as liming. I wouldn't actually expect that to count personally. But you never know. Video game logic. I'll take the cultivator over to the other field in the meantime. You don't think it counts as full liming? I gotcha. Yeah, no, we were doing the field stones at the beginning of this run. Then we had to pull them. The majority were like, yeah, turn those off. As well as things that, like, we don't have a roller, we probably won't have one for a while. And we had the thing to pick up stone, and it was just tedious. You mean there was that lime production with fieldstone? That kind of makes sense. Except for that's a mod. I'm pretty sure that was a mod, right? I'm pretty sure that was a mod. Yeah, to say that's a mod, so it has no relevance to like the base game. Yeah, no, but it's a mod for the map. It's the map itself brings that. Just like it has the ridiculously powerful greenhouse and the water thing and all that, and the gold mine and all that. Yeah, so I'm just going to stage this over here. How much more money would you be looking for getting in our tractor? A lot. There's a reason why the tractor is not on the immediate priority list. To get a tractor similar to the one we have is like 300, 400,000. Yeah, and we're talking like, to get a tractor just like the blue one, probably 420 or 435,000 for the tractor plus the upgrade. Yeah. Often the modded buildings are also OP compared to the stock buildings. Same can be said with the pricing on modded vehicles too. Yeah, that's been my experience from what I've seen. One's a gold mine and a farming sim. There's games for gold mining. Yep. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, no, the harvester, it's definitely get the seeder. Then it comes to the decision, do I want to buy more land in our production line and then get the harvester, or just hold out for the harvester? Because once I get the bigger harvester, that'd be a whole thing. Yep, Craig's saying there's a grain silo for 8,000 as part of the as the mod part of the map that has a capacity of 200,000, and then the stock silo is 117,000 for 400 capacity. You get the idea. Because they want you to use your mods. I mean, I wouldn't assume that, like, because you can just, you know, make the vehicles and buildings standalone things. But yeah, no, I generally avoid a lot of the modded stuff because of that. Like, that's we're talking about doing Kenshi soon, and I'm gonna have to look through the mod list again, because Kenshi is one of those games I do like to mod, because it feels like development got like 60, 70, 80% of the way done, and then just like never finished big parts of the map that just feel empty. So I liked having a lot of mods that would take those like random tiles that just don't have anything in it that you have no reason to go there. And just, you know, put like a faction that they're like kind of, you know, a secretive faction or whatever in there and that kind of thing. The issue I ran into last time was, unfortunately, almost all of those mods have gone defunct over the years because there's just not been new draw to Kenshi. And so a bunch of those mods all got pulled into like these giant like super pack of mods to be maintained. And so now it's really difficult to get those mods with all like the extra unbalanced garbage that are in the super packs. And it'd be one of those things like, oh, well, just don't use the overpowered stuff. But the issue you run into is because Kenshi doesn't do a good job being like, this is from this mod or whatever, that there are some like really, really strong weapons that are very hard to get a hold of. And it's like, cool, I can get this super rare, amazing, powerful weapon by beating one of the leaders of one of the main factions or whatever. But a lot of times identifying what is a overpowered weapon that came through the mod versus what was just vanilla can be very difficult. Chris saying, Palworld enormously 19 million downloads on Steam and Xbox. Why didn't Enshrouded, Nightlife Nightingale, Day of the Diver go all in and put those games on PC and consoles? I mean, the thing that happened with Palworld is it did a balance of hitting, like, you know, Pokemon with guns, survival game. Like, it had a lot of things that were very marketable and very alluring. It looks like 100% like a gimmick game, but then it actually is a decent gimmick game. So it was way more marketable than Enshrouded was, for example. Because Enshrouded is survival game, but fog. And I'm saying that, but it's actually like a good game. But yeah, so it is one of those things that it was just very marketable. It's kind of one of those things that it is a reality when it comes to game sales and all that. That there are a lot of developers who are like, oh, well, if I make my game good, like, you know, if I make my game good enough, I don't need to worry about marketing. Like, you know, word of mouth will do it. And it's like, that's great. But if no one finds your game in the first place, it doesn't matter how good it is. Because no one will ever find it. Let's see, PC Enshrouded, you'd buy it if it was console? Yeah, I mean, it's early access. That's certainly a discussion to be had kind of thing. The games that don't come out on all the platforms right away at the beginning versus the games that releasing on all platforms right from the start, which is just different strategies. I get that. I honestly get surprised by how many people are big, like they play almost exclusively console games, and I shouldn't be surprised, but it's just, you know, I don't really play any console systems. So when someone's like, hey, is this available on, like, you know, Xbox, is this available on PlayStation, it always like throws me from, I was like, oh wait, hang on, I gotta remember, you know, whenever, like not this game, but like the whole thing, 50-50, I suppose. I doubt it, but I don't know which way it might even favor consoles. But yeah. Multi-platform is hard to manage, a lot of people realize. Yeah, so it depends on what technology you're doing on how easy it is or is not to approach. There's definitely some technologies that make it a lot easier. So like if you're using any of the frameworks that are built up on .NET, you could just literally take that same system and just plug it across, as long as you got like controller support or whatever, onto Xbox. Going onto PlayStation after that still work. But most of them are not using the .NET based stuff because they're just not the more powerful, you know, popular frameworks and all that. Like there's so many different platforms that you can't just plug one executable into both and just say it's there. But then even having that you instantly are supported on Windows and Xbox, without major changes with the one. There's lots of other stuff you got to worry about anyways. So it is an extra stack, and then you have to deal with all sorts of desync and support and all sorts of different hardware capabilities. And quite often when you release on console and PC, the PC version just has way more stuff it can do because you have to like kind of water it down to make it not perform poorly on consoles. So you have to like lower the textures, lower the graphics, all that kind of stuff. Let's see, you bought both the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X physical consoles, about $800 a piece, plus the extra memory and RAM. Said Crud you bought? Gotcha. Icky Microsoft. I don't have a problem with Microsoft any more than I would any other major giant tech company. But I used to deal with, so like a lot of the technologies I worked with on the dev side were Microsoft technologies, or if they weren't Microsoft, they were open source but heavily supported by Microsoft. I used the whole gambit of stuff, but the ones that I got like the most time in were that. And I remember constantly dealing with people being, oh gross, something Microsoft ick, and it's kind of like, all right. But the person would be coming from the position of like Amazon or Google. I'm like, I hate to break it to you, especially at that period, like all the stuff that they were accusing Microsoft for at that point. I was like, yeah, you know what Google does these days? I hate to break it to you, but Microsoft became Google and Google became Microsoft. Like anti-competitive stuff. Oh yeah, Google wants to say hi. Like, and a lot of the stuff that Google has pulled is, makes the stuff that Microsoft legitimately got in trouble for seem like really a big old nothing burger by comparison. Like, the thing Microsoft got in trouble for was bundling Internet Explorer in Windows. You just hate licensings for server and SQL? I mean, it can be a little bit annoying to maintain, but it's pretty standard licensing, where they do the number of seats garbage and all that. You have to make sure you properly requisition and derequisition them and all that. Is it fun? No, I'm not disagreeing, but unfortunately that is a way a lot of the big, a lot of big ones are. Is that how SQL's pronounced? You can call it SQL or SQL. Both are acceptable. They make you pay per core available processing. Oh yeah, no, that's I forgot about that thing. But yeah, you have that in other companies as well. I'm not saying, like, this isn't me defending Microsoft, going, Microsoft's great. My point is more, Microsoft does the same kind of garbage that a lot of the industry kind of does. For the big established players. Like, the littler either, not, I shouldn't say littler. The ones who are trying to more break in, get market share, a lot of that, they won't do a lot of that stuff, but that's because they're fighting to try and take market share from someone else. Is it, bro? You may be aging yourself, but you had a Colco and an Atari. Your first PC was an Apple IIc. Yeah, no, I had an Atari. I don't remember what make my first computer was. Like, I genuinely don't. I know my second computer was an Intel 1 Gateway 2000, I think was what that one was. To see what? I don't know what's going. Your first computer was a Tandy 1000 RLX? Yeah, no, I genuinely don't remember what the first one was. Because, I was a kid. All I knew is I could, All I knew is there was a couple little games I could play on it kind of thing. And that was about all I cared about as a kid. $40 MB hard drive, baby. Oh yeah. No, that's I used to have a bunch of really old parts I kept around. I finally got rid of most of them. But I used to have like the hard drive where it was like double stacked high. So you had this hard drive that's like this big, like this, you know, width, length by like that tall. And the whole hard drive was like 10, 20 megabytes. Like it was this monster of like a server drive or whatever. And it was like tiny little drive when it came to the actual space of storage. Your first computer was a Commodore 64 that your mom and dad brought home from back in the 80s? Yep. And you are just finishing up the second field. Is used to load up games on it that were stored on cassette that take an hour, give or take, to load. Oh man, there was a period there where you're loading up the games by floppy disk. Like when I say the floppy, I'm talking the 3.5. And you get the game, it's like, how big is this game? Oh, it's like 20 something floppy disks, and you go, oh, so this is my evening. I understand. Like this is what I'm doing today, is I'm putting this in the drive and then just, you know, going over, getting the next one, coming back, and you'd always make like 3 backups of all your discs because they got corrupted so easily. VIC-20 with the cassette drive also. You had to use the counter on the tape player to start the program. Let's see, somewhere you have an ad from the early 80s, $10,000 for a 10 megabyte hard drive. Yeah, and that's the thing. It was one of those hard drives, not that specific. It was one of those hard drives where it was like a server hard drive that, you know, it had like its own special larger than normal phone form factor, so it could have like more hard drive space, and all of that, and it was like 10, 20 megabytes. Loaded floppy, go for a smoke. Load floppy 2, go for coffee. Load floppy 3, go to the bathroom. Yeah, I didn't smoke and all that, but it was definitely one of those things that it was just like, you know, put in the floppy, do something for 5-10 minutes, put in the next floppy, do something for 5-10 minutes, and it would inevitably, something would go wrong. You'd have to start the whole process over. You like the floppies that are absolutely floppy? The 5 1/4? Yep. Yep. Your tire still works? Yeah, we had a Atari floating around. I think my parents' house it's at. That still works. It's one of those ones, it works, but you know, it takes some finagling with. Like we had replaced a burnt out circuit on it before. Which it's funny, like when you comes to replacing that, you don't even like have to resolder a whole bunch. You just gotta like take the whole socket off, put the whole thing on. It's just this giant piece. You just kind of, you know, put into its not breadboard, but you like you just socket it in. It was like, man, like these days when a game system breaks and you look at the circuit board, you're like, all right, this is gonna like, let me get out my magnifying glass, you know, get like my smallest end of my soldering iron. And even then, it's gonna be hit and miss if I can replace these things. They're so bunched together. And a Breath of the Wild copy that was, you know, unsealed Wii. is sold $1,200. Oh man, that's the thing that's always amazing to me is like, there were games I remember playing as a kid that we had that if you have a copy of the game that's in working order, they're actually worth like a serious mint now. Now granted, I don't have the game systems. I was just like, yeah, that's, to my birds, like, yeah, you can take them. I don't want to deal with them. But then you have games like Chrono Trigger and all that, and they're worth a decent amount if they're in good shape. It's the first copy of Microsoft Office that was officially licensed to Victoria Police. Was given to us as a pirated copy by the local police department themselves. Nice. Back in the days of don't copy that floppy. You wouldn't steal a car. To which my stance is always, hey man, if I can push download and print and a car comes out, everyone should steal a car. Because that is just way more environmentally sound than the actual manufacturing production of cars. Like that's just hands down good for literally everyone if that was a possibility. The notch in the floppy for protection. Yeah, there was, for those who don't know, the old floppy disks, they would have like a little spot in the corner that you would punch out, and that little punch out, once it was gone, the idea was the, you know, the drive wouldn't let you copy. At least that's what it's supposed to do. But you could just put a piece of tape over it. Like you'd have people like put a little spot of glue in it, a piece of tape.
Thank you JD2V0 for subscribing for 6 months.
Thank you JD2V0 for the tier 2 sub, getting 2 more plus points towards the 100 we need for the channel. We're definitely over 10% of the way there already. I don't know the exact count. I can pull it up by just pulling up the UI. I'm gonna try and get it so that when we have our next stream, that I can put the count down in the bottom left corner so people can tell the status. But thank you so much for doing that. We are making our push for the Plus program. And for those who don't know what that is aiming to get us to where we're no longer at the 50-50 split between Twitch and myself, but to be 60-40 in my favor. But I gotta get 100 plus points to do that. Plus points being only subs that you pay for yourself. So Prime don't count, gifted subs don't count. Only Tier 1 and Tier 2 subs count. Or Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 count. Tier 1 is 1 point, Tier 2 is 2 points, Tier 3 is 6 points. We're trying to hit that 100 points for the next 3 months, because if we can do that, then basically it's like getting an extra full month's worth of pay a year, which would be huge. It let's see, it also reminds you of zip drives and the click of death. Oh yeah. We had, we didn't have the zip at my house. We had what's called a jazz drive. It was the same concept that it was, because like a zip drive was effectively a little hard drive, but in like the 3.5 kind of disc style. It was thicker, it was larger, but it was basically a thing that was a platter that you'd plug in, it'd slide the gate open, but inevitably crap would get in there and ruin it. Or like it would break the spindle or whatever. The motor that would operate the spindle or whatever. Jazz Drive was the same thing, but it was even bigger, both from a file size as well as like, it was a thicker disc and a larger disc. And instead of having the other slide, it would have a slide that would slide lengthwise down on the edge, and the arm would like reach into it. Man, Jazz Drives are garbage. Like, they always broke. I would get single-digit numbers of uses out of the Jazz Drive discs. They were so terrible. And they exercised the warranty. Like, we bought one, and it broke, and they replaced it, and it broke, and they replaced it, and it broke, and they replaced it. But it was like, this was just such garbage. Does you remember when a kid, you get those shady clubs where they would copy games to floppy, and everyone would slot a card for new games? I don't remember that. They were called a Game Shark. Gotcha. So they're like just they were effectively a game pirate you'd buy from. Yeah, no, I because I was, a kid at those days when I was playing the games on like floppy and 3.5s and all that. I wasn't going to like the local, I would guess like the comic book store and finding the guy, selling pirated games behind the counter or whatever. I'm sure it happened, but it was just not a thing that I ran into personally. Because that was also back in the days when you got your computer games and you could look up all the the hardware specs and all that, and you still had no idea if it would run. Like you just took a gamble. You couldn't refund them 90% of the time. So I always would have those people be like, man, games are just not the way they used to be. Where it's like runs, computer requirements, does it turn on? I'm like, well, yeah, that's because you don't remember. Does it turns on mean you were rolling the dice to see if it would run at all? Or like the number of games that all sorts of like breaking bugs that would never get fixed. Like, the quality of games in the 80s almost killed the gaming industry in its entirety. Like, for as much as people can badmouth Nintendo nowadays with good reason, Nintendo being really, really strict about quality back in the NES days pretty much saved the gaming industry in the short term. Because, like, with Atari, there was a lot of games you'd buy that just didn't work. And then, the PC games were just as bad. Was there a way you could send a tip without taxes for your pocket? You should get paid for being awesome? Oh, no, I will always get... I have to pay taxes. Like, I have to report. Could I get away with it? Sure, but I'm not gonna try because you don't mess with the tax man. The way that I get the most is through Ko-Fi. I have the link over on the Twitch side, but there's the exclamation mark support command. Here, I can just grab the link and drop it. That's the way where I get the biggest cut because I get 95% of it. But like it's not expected. But let me grab the link. That's not at all what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to grab this link real fast for we had someone ask about it over on their platform. Okay. Pac-Man saved gaming? Okay. And there, Chris. That's the way that I get the largest cut of things. Because I get about 95% of it versus Twitch, I get about 50-50. Which the big push we're doing on Twitch is to try and get from where I'm no longer getting 50-50, but instead getting 60-40 in my favor. But yeah, no, Pac-Man helped, but as far as like home gaming systems, or gaming at home, it really was this whole thing that you had no way of knowing if a game was going to work on PC. There wasn't really that many resources to get decent reviews. You had some, but there just wasn't many yet. So it really was a big gamble when you go to the store and they would have, a bunch of these games that you never heard of any of them. So you kind of look at the box art and be like, which one looks the best? And you'd buy that one. And you just hoped it worked. And that was true of both Atari games and PC games at the time. Like, the arcade was fine. That part was fine. The games were pretty okay. But for home gaming systems, like, it almost died in the Atari days. The Nintendo turned around and dropped the NES and were like, no. Like, these games are going to pass all these quality assurance tests. You need to do all these things. And it still wasn't perfect, but it built a, much higher level of trust in people buying the games. Because I know I got burnt a whole bunch of times from games that just straight up did not work. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the donation. The alert didn't play, which I don't know why. It might just be late. Let's see. So let's see how much is donated so I can thank you properly. I need to go to... Oh, I'm not logged in. That's why I can't see. I was like, why can I not do this? What is this going on? Why is this popping up in this window? Here, I can just do it this way. Because we could log in. It was like popping over in like its own like browser window kind of thing. I'm like, that's not what I need. Didn't do the H. I need to tear this keyboard apart. Because my H key is unreliable. And so it's not too bad. But when you go to type in passwords, it's absolute hell. Thank you for the $20. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that you would, you know, you directly support the channel in that manner. So thank you so much for that. You hate to see money go to cloud? Yeah, it is one of those things that... It's nice to be able to just have it like, no, when you're chipping money into a cause, whether it's charity or, you know, content creation, all these kinds of things. Here, I'm taking over. You missed the spot, I want it dealt with. But like when you're doing that, you know, you're getting good mileage out. That's actually one of the things, that's one of the big things to watch with charities, that kind of thing, is a lot of the time with charities, you'll have a lot of charities that sound good, but when you go and look at the stuff, they'll be like, oh, okay, what percent of the money you give this charity actually goes to its cause? They'll be like, oh yeah, it's like 10%, and you're just like, all the rest is overhead, and you're like, well, that's garbage. That's one of the reasons why I support a lot of the charities I do support, is I do try to do the research to be like, okay, is at least most of the money going to the cause? And I've been very happy that there's actually one or two of the charities we've done that it's something like 96 or 90, you know, 96 or 97% of the money goes to the charity, which is unheard of. Because you understand there's like admin costs for running a charity. And they have like people they gotta pay and all that. That there is like for handling the donations and all that. That is overhead. That isn't technically helping the cause, but is a necessary means to an end to help a cause. Yeah, so I need to remember after stream to look at the co-filer and see why that didn't play, because it should have done a whole, like, you know, an alert like everything else, like when someone follows and subs and all that. But we've been having a lot of problems with OBS has not been working well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. That tells me my alerts are still working. But we've been having a lot of problems. Like OBS has been problematic the last couple days. I don't know if OBS got an update or I got a driver update. But I'll boot up the game and then the preview in OBS will break. Like OBS itself runs fine otherwise. But the part where I'm able to see, you know, hey, is the lighting good? Hey, is this good? You know, just to double check everything. That's not working, which is incredibly frustrating. That's fine. And that's happened, and it's happened to both, like, the TikTok and all that stuff. Let's see, you'd rather see you have food on the table, rent paid, life expenses assisted? Yeah, no, and that's where, like, that money goes. Like, very genuinely, this is my primary income. And I am in a 2-income household. My wife does work as well. But, like, you know, I wouldn't be able to do this if she didn't. But yeah, so pretty much every dime you spend here goes into supporting me continuing to do this. There's an accountability for an employee, less so for a volunteer? Correct. If you bought nail polished, I'd be pissed. I mean, people can do what they want with it. But, yeah. Never genuinely, I don't make enough that, you know, through content creation that I would be able to spend the whole thing. Now, that said, like, at the same time, if it was buying nail polish for, like, you know, a milestone kind of thing to like make me do like a cosplay. You know, if we hit a charity goal and all that, that still supports the stream. Now, granted, I don't expect that to be a thing that happens, but there's a lot of random stuff that does go into supporting the channel. I also don't blame anyone who does spend like that. I mean, you do work, you get paid, and what you do with your money is your own business. It's just the whole thing. Yeah, but it doesn't need to be like nail polish or take care of your kids. It doesn't need to be that or. And is also an option. But yeah, now it's gonna go towards expenses. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm planning on going to TwitchCon this year. TwitchCon North America, so San Diego. I'm not going to be doing TwitchCon EU. It's just too dang expensive for me. It'd be nice to be able to see everyone over there. It's also very difficult to justify taking that much time away from stream. Very much creators tend to stress out a lot when you're taking vacation. Kids need painted nails too. Hey, if it makes them feel pretty, that's what matters. If it gives you the self-confidence you need, absolutely. No judgment at all. Like, I've known people who it's just, you know, there's whatever the little thing is, nail polish, you know, go fancy their hair, like whatever. Hey, if that gives you the confidence you need, no judgment. There's far, you know, it's a thing, like, there's like, shopping therapy is a thing. And that could be like buying random stuff online. It could be, you know, going in for a fancy haircut or nail polish or whatever. If it makes you happy, no judgment. I mean, a lot of us here are all gamers and we spend a bunch of money on games. Don't have exactly a whole lot of footing to stand on to judge how other people spend their money. That's not saying that games are a waste of money. It's not implying that. It's just, that's what we do for fun and entertainment and all that. For some people, it's just making themselves pretty. I mean, I've certainly wasted money on things that, in hindsight, was like, yeah, I wasted that money. Not in a while. I'm pretty good on my spending these days. But there's definitely times in the past where it's like, I'm buying this because I want it, and then it barely gets used, and like, that was a waste. Just ADHD things. Check into a hobby. Realize you're not really into that hobby. All your stuff you overspent in the hobby now sits around in case you might want to do it again someday. I've learned when I have that sudden interest in something to drag my feet on spending on anything on that hobby. And if I still am interested in a month later, it's like, okay, maybe we spend now. Okay, and this is the last field to seed. And then I just do a lap of fertilizer. And then I do a lap of herbicide. And then we just fast forward to sale day. And then we buy our seeder. Zerlet said, you still have an Xbox game wrapped in cellophane? I've had that when it came to stuff that was gifted to me. You're saying, sorry, your old school and military strict household raised ADHD anxiety. You now corrupt? I don't really understand what you mean by that. I get the first part, that you're raised in a military house, which, you know, that's fine. ADHD society, you now, or you're saying you corrupt ADHD in society? Yeah, no, it's the thing. Like, people all have our own value systems, our own stuff. I think the big thing is to recognize the fact that we do all have our own value systems, beliefs, considerations, concerns, all that kind of things. And as long as we're respectful of each other's, it doesn't matter that we have different values. It's when you get to the point you start imposing your value on other values on other people that you start running into problems. Now, there is certainly something to be said when someone's values come at the expense of someone else. There's a whole discussion to be had there, which we don't need to get into. But, you know, otherwise, like, if your life choices aren't hurting anyone else, you know, it's whatever. The classic, you know, not my problem. Let's see, I have quite a few cellophane wrapped games, but it's sellers willing to make the cost of purchase. You have quite a few cellophane wrapped games, but it's sellers willing to make the costs to purchase. I'm not quite understanding. Are you saying like people buying the, like you're holding on to like collector kind of thing and it's that, or you make the purchase and it's like you've made that decision, so it's fine. Let's see, Leafview says, you have a half-built-in wooden model ship because I'm procrastinating getting a wood stain for a tiny piece that needs staining before the next stage. I had like a ship in a bottle kit, and I remember getting it like 95% of the way there, and I can't remember what step it was. It's something really dumb. Like I think I needed something to be able to actually put it in the bottle, like a tool I didn't have. And it was one of those things I just had to like go out of my way to like hit a hobby shop that was nowhere near where I was living at the time, or, you know, dating myself, ordering it online. I'd have to go to totally sketchy websites that I didn't want to go to. It's like where you go to any auto parts website that you're like, man, my credit card's getting straight up stolen right now. That's just how all of those auto part websites look. You're like, man, this website is absolutely just, you know, taking my credit card info and 100% just gonna run a, you know, we'll go the extra just to make sure it's covered. You're just looking at it going, there's no way this website's legit. But that's just the way auto parts websites are always. It's like that old school, like, early 90s style e-commerce website where it's a table that has a bunch of numbers, and you go down to the field at the bottom, like, this is the part number I want, you type it in. Collector is buying your copy for $1,500 or $1,600. Someone needs this game. Oh yeah, no, and I get people doing that, like buying the thing for the collector's value to then, you know, consider it like an investment kind of thing. I've not really been that person that much. The only thing I've done in that regards is like late teenager, early 20s me would go to the local comic book store, and you really could make good money with a lot of the different more popular games. If you took the time to buy the packs, you would get to the point you were missing the handful of rare cards, go out and buy the rare cards themselves, like spend the money, and then sell it as a full collection. You could make pretty good money. I did that a bunch. Oh, you know what? This tractor will need to be repaired, so we'll drop that. Alright, so all the fields are seeded. I just need to herbicide the 4 fields, and then it's time to fast forward to payday. Oh, I should repair these before we go over. Oh, let's see. Can you post your library to Discord of Stack Games? Can you post your library to Discord? Is it the games that you're just like, you want to show off the games you own kind of thing? That would be fine. If you're looking to post the games for purposes of like selling them kind of thing, I would ask, it's not quite self-promotion, but I'd ask that be put in the self-promotion channel if it's games you're trying to sell. Because I feel like that kind of gets into that area of like, yes, you're trying to make a sale, not really self-promote, but it kind of is there. Because to me, self-promotion for that channel, that's like anything people are trying to to promote a sale for. I mean, it is self-promotion for the inventory you're selling. But yeah, now if it's just to show off the titles. What channel would I put that in? You're almost half a century. Someone needs to take these off your hands. Yeah, I don't imagine you're gonna have too many people buying stuff like that through Discord. Partially because you'd want to really know who you're buying from for like your own kind of protection kind of stuff, versus going through like websites if there's guarantees and all that kind of stuff. Zorlord saying, my point is I've wasted money on games I haven't even played. Yeah, that's the whole thing. And let me go ahead and allow this. Sorry, you got caught by Automod. Apparently, Automod thinks the term "tiny piece" is bullying. Which, okay, I get where it's going with that. I feel like that's a stretch, though. Like, I understand why it came to that conclusion, but also, it's not a conclusion I agree with. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For a contribution to Rual YouTuber. Well, now it says it's a sex-based term. Oh, Automod. You can be an interesting experience sometimes. You do good, but sometimes you do confusing. Not sure that second bale of grass is quite in the, quite in position to where it needs to be. Okay, so we want to drop off the cedar stuff. Okay. Hey, Crazy Games, how's it going? Oh, I just remembered. FG's on vacation. Or, yeah, FG's on vacation. Was it yesterday's stream was the last one, or is today's stream the last one? Because this in there is like, you know, FG's one of the people I often raid out to, and it's like, oh wait. They're not on the list of people I could choose. Man. Because a lot of the other ones, like FG is probably the one I tune in the most after stream. There's definitely a good couple of people I do tend to tune into. But now I have entire days that my usual people don't stream. No. Okay. So now I need to drop off the fertilizer and go and grab the herbicide. Do the fields real fast, and then it's fast forward time. And also need to buy a bunch of fertilizer and all that pretty soon. Okay. It is interesting with the with the liquid, or sorry, yeah, with the liquid fertilizer, they don't let you buy it in any kind of bulk. You have to sit there and like just mash buy it again and again. So you can't be like, I would like 10 of these. And I'm a little nervous about using the spigot, because I ended up using the spigot the one time, and it ended up taking like a ridiculous amount of money from me. And it may have been what it came out to be, but I've always been leery because of how much it ended up being in that particular case. I know fertilizer is expensive in the game, but it was really a pretty unreasonable amount, so I'm not sure if it's actually giving it out at the right price. Yeah, it probably is the same price per liter. It's just, you just don't feel in control and you hit the button. It's like, oh god, $50,000 is gone. Oh no. Please. Okay. Yeah. My wallet. I'll never financially recover from this. But yeah, oh, we saw the time slow down, don't we? I was about to say, like, oh yeah, clearly we haven't put that much time into this in-game day, considering it's only about to turn 11. Right, we cut time down to just below half, because yesterday we were pushing our luck and getting everything done. Okay. So what we're doing now is we're putting down the herbicide. That way we don't get weeds, because those will massively bite into our overall yield. So we definitely don't want to deal with that. But we can go ahead and get that. We have just this field, the field behind me, that little field over here, and the really thin field over there. And that's the last we have to prep for all those until they need to be harvested, which we don't need to harvest those until it is time to deal with them the next day. I do really like FG's emotes. They're all fantastic. I've been slowly building up my emotes now that they've given us a billion slots. We just got our 6 latest ones 2-3 days ago. And I haven't commissioned the next batch. Because, well, individually emotes aren't super expensive. Commissioning, just keep commissioning them again and again. You're like, okay, this is adding up pretty quick. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. So I think I'll do like 1 batch of emotes a month until they're full. Yeah, no, it's like per slot they're not much, but if you're saying there are like 50 something slots or whatever, it's like, okay, hang on. Yeah, so I think it also gives time for people to come up with new ideas to suggest and all that, and for me to come up with new ideas as well. So it gives me a little while to get that all sorted out. Because I'm gonna do that. I was gonna do the panels in my about page, get them to actually be personalized and not just junk I grabbed off. I don't remember where they came from. They were like free available to use. I'm like, cool, grabbed, dropped in. You know, get something more personalized. I do want to kind of go through and refresh the intro and outro pages, because those still, like, the outro page is still a callback to when I used to GTRP, which was before, like, I started that before streaming. That's your first Fiverr? Was a batch of Fiverr? Yeah, no, I go through Fiverr as well. I got an artist I found in there that I've really been happy with. They do not cost $5, to be clear. Fiverr does not mean like dollar store, it's $1. Fiverr is just the name of the website. Emotes you can get them cheap, but usually what you get is cheap, quality wise, or you could end up paying more. And so I went to Fiverr and took the time to go through a whole bunch of artists and be like, this is the one I like. And I've been commissioning them, and I've been pretty happy. They're not super expensive, but they're not particularly cheap either. They're pretty reasonable, though. It feels like a fair price, is the way I will phrase it. Let's see. Your standard answer when someone asks for an emote suggestion is some sort of leap with the gun, pew pew. Yeah, I've had there's definitely suggestions we still got out there. I know one I think I'm going to include at some point is some type of cold emote. So like the one that sounded good was like a "this is fine" emote, so where you know the person's like sitting there having, you know, their cup of tea or whatever and everything's on fire. I've got one of those. That's a classic. But cold. Where, you know, when you're playing a game and your character is getting hypothermia and all that kind of stuff. Because that happens a surprising amount on this channel. Do we play games that freezing to death is a normal concern? A so hot emote. Just gonna Raj this hot emote. Just... Alright, I know an emote I'm not gonna commission, but I'm gonna just put together because I can. Just get Raj's face, and then just put hot in big letters on the bottom of it. Oh, so cursed. There's going to be so many people who will not understand the reference at all. And I can just imagine like someone dropping into Drongo's channel or FG's channel and just be like, just this emote that someone's face just is hot on it. And of course, you know, you put your mouse over to see who it is, like, Rual. Like, that's not Rual. What is this? And then, you know, either someone having to explain it or just them being like, what is this emote you've gotten? For those who don't know, there's a character called Raj in Coral Island, which is a game I've played a whole bunch. And there's a clip on the channel where I'm at some, like, festival or whatever, and I'm talking to the character Raj, and my wife walks in behind me and goes, "Raj is hot. Good for Raj." And it became a whole thing. Which, I mean, she's not wrong. Raj is hot. To be fair, everyone in Coral Island is some form of hot. I mean, I guess other than the children, because ick. But, all of the adults are hot. They've covered most archetypes. You know, they don't have... Actually, I take that back. They don't have anyone that's kind of like... gothy kind of thing. Like, what would you say is the closest? Maybe Lily, but that's more her just being introverted slash computer person. She doesn't, like, paint her nails or anything, or, like, put on the paling makeup or whatever. Doesn't look like she's getting ready to start a metal band. Nothing is better than in-jokes from before you got big. Yeah. I mean, I would say the biggest in-joke we have in channel is the Tomb Taps thing. Where when my wife Tomb shows up, everyone starts spamming the taps emote. I mean, we made her own emote of it as well because of how much of a thing it became on the channel. Which usually happens once or twice a night. Not always, though. I mean, we also have all the in-jokes about how trees are the enemy, which is a carryover from Project Zomboid. I like when we raid someone who's playing Project Zomboid, who's new to the game, and they start like cutting through some trees, and you have a whole bunch of people being like, "Oh, that is a bold strategy," and then like a bunch of people going like, "Not like this," or like, "It's not that bad," and then it's like, just going to explain the whole meme about trees being the enemy. This is why that's a thing on my channel. This exact thing you're doing right now. I won't do what you're doing. It's like trees are sketch in Project Zomboid. That's the cutest moment on all of Twitch. We've had some fun one. We've also had a bunch of cringe ones. There's a clip of me doing like the adorable uwu thing because I don't remember what came up. They were talking about it, and I think Toon was just like, was reading. I think it's Cookie had posted uwu, and she said it, and I kind of stopped. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's the first time I've ever heard you say that. She's like, no, it's probably not. And I'm like, nah, I'm pretty confident in that. And then she did like the super cringe, like, like mimicking anime character kind of ooh thing. And it was just a fun one-off. But that silly stuff happens. So, do you think it'd be bad if we went over all those flour and just blasted with herbicide on the way by? I feel like that's how you go to jail. For, criminal criminal negligence, and food contamination. I also have no idea if that'd even be dangerous. It'd definitely be something you get in trouble for, because it's not food, and you put it in food. That's it still blows my mind. So there's these things called Kinder eggs. They're real popular in Germany and lots of parts of Europe. And basically all it is, it's a little chocolate egg that has a little cap, like it's a hollow chocolate egg. It's got a little capsule inside. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. But it's got like a little capsule inside. You open the capsule and there's a toy in it. And like, don't get me wrong, it's a little like 5-cent toy. It's like really kind of, this little cheap toy. But it's a fun thing. You give them to kids, and it's like, they get a little bit of chocolate. It's some pretty B quality chocolate, but it's fine. Herbicides are friends, not food. I mean, yes. Interestingly enough, they're friends that help us get food. But you get your little toy. So there's a thing here in the US when it comes to packaged food, that your packaged food must not include, it cannot include not food inside of the food. And they've done different things over the years to try and work around that law, because basically Kinder eggs, as they are sold elsewhere, they're not allowed to sell here. They just don't want, they don't want someone to buy something, it has like a little plastic thing in it, and you eat it and you choke on it. Which, I guess fair enough, but also it's kind of like, but you'd realize this. But whatever. And so for a little while, what they're doing is you'd have the chocolate egg, and it'd have the plastic thing in the middle, but it would have these little studs that would stick all the way through the sides of the egg, so it wasn't inside the food, it was outside of it as well. And what they've switched to now is they just sell the chocolate egg, and then the toy is next to it. Yeah, for Kinder eggs, I blame the parents. I mean, fair enough. I could see it being one of those things, though, that you would assume the kid was familiar with that kind of thing before. Not the parent, but like someone else. And then not say anything, and the kid just throw the thing in their mouth, which would be impressive, because, for a kid, that's pretty big. it is definitely one of those things I'm like, okay, come on. But it's been interesting them like trying to have it and circumventing, because like where the toy's next to it just kills the entire fun. With a little plastic like studs sticking way outside of it, it's like, okay, sure, it's weird, but whatever. Sometimes like there was a version here where you split the egg and on half of it you have sweets, and the other half you have the toy. And a tiny weeny spoon. Oh, like it's got like other snacks kind of thing inside of it. That's kind of cool. Look, we have plenty of that kind of stuff. Like you're allowed to have food with food in it. It's just it needs to be edible. Like you can't have a not edible thing inside of an edible thing that is a pre-packaged food. I believe you are fine if it is something like if you cooked something and then you put something like, you know, you always hear about the gimmick of like the person who makes like a cupcake or whatever and they put a wedding or an engagement ring in it for a proposal. Like that's fine. But if someone ever was like, I'm going to skip the middleman and we're going to make cupcakes with rings already inside and we're going to bundle those up and sell them in the store, that would be against the rules because it'd be a prepackaged food at that point. More like the egg is plastic with... Oh, yeah. We have the plastic eggs with stuff inside them. Yeah, we've got that. Yeah, no, it's just, that's a very common thing for Easter here, is you'll have a bunch of the plastic eggs, and they might have a toy in it, they might have candy, they might be split down the middle and have a little of each. They do all sorts of everything in between. Alright, everything's sprayed. Gonna gas up, repair the tractor, repair the sprayer, all that stuff sorted. Only 40 bucks in gas, and we are ready to move on to sale time. Because I still have the one field on the far side to cultivate and to fertilize, but I don't need to worry about that till March. Because I can't plant the crops till May or April. So we basically got that field over there is all prepped. That one just needs to have the cultivator and that. I'll wait till we have something else going on. Like what I might even do is when we get to sale day, I might take the big... Well, no, because I'll need the big tractor thing. Link permit? I don't really have it set up where I can link permit. Actually, do I? I know I did once upon a time, then I changed bots and I have no idea where it's left off. Like I think VIPs can. If you share it with one of the mods, they can do it. I assume this is the link for the plastic egg that half is one thing, half the other. $40 to fix. Well, I mean, to keep in mind, it was $40 to fill the tractor because it was at like 95% full. Normally it ends up costing us like 400 or something like that. Yeah, an image of it? Gotcha. If you bear with me, I might get it real fast. So those are still going. It feels like those are going slower. Question, where are the mods? Oh, we have people who... We've got some people who mod multiple channels. And we have a lot of people who lurk. Right now, like, a lot of channels you're going to go into are going to be much quieter than normal. And that's, again, the whole thing about... It's just started, like, for people who are in school, school just started back up. For people who, you know, went on vacation for, you know, the winter break and all that, you know, work's kicked back up. Usually there's some time with that where you're playing catch up to everything that was going on there. Alright, let's get you sorted out. But yeah. No, it's modding is voluntary, so I don't like ask people to keep a schedule or anything like that. It's kind of the same thing like when someone subs a channel or whatever, there's no obligation for me to do anything in return. It's like that. It's like a thank you, it's appreciated kind of thing. I don't pay my mods because I can't afford to, even if I wanted to. And it's just kind of one of those things that, I'm not gonna ask for anything more than if they want to, they can mod. If I can't compensate them for doing it, it wouldn't feel fair to me. And plus, I'd expect most people to be like, nah, man, this isn't my day job. Available mods, speak up. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Who are we banning today? I don't know. We banned a decent number the other day. We had a good 2 or 3 people who are just basically being abrasive for no reason. It was a weird day. Like no one that like got under my skin. It was just like, whole thing. You just wasted almost 2 hours of work-related stuff due to the incompetence of someone in middle management. Been there. It's never fun. That, honestly, IT felt like that constantly. It's like, here's the, like, big projects, like, setting up a brand new server or, like, migrating systems, like these big, big scale projects that are going to take a while to, do your research, do everything correctly for, like, whatever new tech they wanted to have up and running. That's fine. But then, like, you get all the random calls where you're like, hey, person on the end of the phone, this is your fault that you've done to yourself. And it's not, like, there's tons of things you totally understand people getting themselves in trouble for. That, they hit a wrong shortcut key in their desktop sideways, and trying to explain to them how to fix it isn't always easy. Or they've done something that if they could describe to you what they were seeing, you'd be able to be like, oh yeah, you can just fix, like, here, you just hit the shortcut key and that should get you all fixed up. Or, oh, hey, you can just click on this and this and this and you'll be good to go. But then they're like, so I have my screen, but it's backwards. And you're going, okay, what do you mean? Yeah, you can post the picture. I'm curious. I think I know what it is. But yeah, no, we were literally talking about Kinder Joy and a bunch of those. It'll take 2 seconds to click on this. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so this is the picture. I can't tell if you can see it because my preview is busted, but I'm pretty sure you can see it. But yeah, so that's yeah, it's just a different version of like the Kinder Egg Kinder Joy. So that would be like the same style chocolate, just instead of a shell, it's just a dippy cup. And I'm assuming that's like little chocolate ball things that they put in there, or it could be like hard candy kind of things. But yeah, and that's a lot of that's been ways they've been working around. Like I said, we have a rule in the US that for prepackaged food, you may not have not food inside your food. It's just a rule they have so far as with the FDA. And so the Kinder Eggs, where they had the plastic capsule inside the chocolate egg, were not allowed to be sold here. Which the fines they would give you for selling them here were absolutely ridiculous. But Kinder, for a long time, just didn't have a market presence in here anymore, outside of, people buying them in other countries and then bringing them over to give to people, which was a thing. But then they started to try and branch out because they really wanted to be in this market, try and find ways that they could be adherent to the law, but also kind of fit what that's going. So they tried a bunch of things. Some things worked better than others. Like I said, I think the one that did the worst was, it was basically the exact same concept, but they had these really long pegs coming out of the capsule on the inside. That way it was technically not inside of the egg, because they had like little bits poking out the different ends. Actually, you can stay there. Alright, so we are done with what we need to do this in-game day. So we can fast forward to our next day. So we sell stuff, I believe it was January and February, I believe, are the sale days. We can double check that here in a second. And then we get our big payout, and we get our brand new cedar. If we're lucky, we get it earlier. If We happen to catch it on sale. Alright, so the thing we will end up needing to do is we want to keep this thing running. And it is going to overfill. We're going to be emptying this constantly. Leapy says, fines designed to change bad practice should be ridiculous. Otherwise, you still make a massive profit and won't stop. I mean, I'm also of the mindset that, you know, if it's something that's like a food safety thing, the punishment shouldn't necessarily be a fine. Like, because if you could just pay to make the problem go away, then you have to do the, okay, what is the value prospect? Unless, of course, you look at it in the sense of, all right, what was the expected amount of money that the company made off of whatever their violation was? And then, you know, have that as the start and then add an additional fine on top of it. But yeah, otherwise, are, you know, fines are just laws that only apply to people who can't afford, like, you know, people who can't afford to pay for them or on, you know, whatever. Because, like, it's a classic, if I get pulled over for speeding and they charge me $200 or whatever because like I'm really properly speeding, you know, $200 is rough. I'm pretty upset about it. If I'm a multi-billionaire, $200 isn't even a rounding error. Even a rounding error is bigger than that. It means literally nothing. So it'd be like more the points on your license is the actual punishment. So I actually don't like fines as a means of dealing with stuff. I understand it's a difficult problem to come with solutions. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, a fine for any type of business thing should always be more than the amount of money the company potentially made in breaking whatever the rules were. Because otherwise it's just the cost of doing business. It's just, there are plenty of things where people a business will violate the rules because it is cheaper for them to pay the fine than to comply. Okay, just double check all our businesses are operating fine. What is going on with my graphics right now? Okay. I'm having... Is this still working? I can't tell what's happened. Like, the game is no longer responding to stuff correctly. I don't know what's been happening. I've been having a weird flicker. I don't know what's going on with the game, if it's still working. Do you all see the game still doing stuff, or does it look frozen? Yeah, no, it got garbled. What I'm trying to do is I'm hoping I can minimize the game. Yeah, no, that's what I think. So I think the game has been crashed by whatever. All right, so we're gonna have to kill the game, and it'll set us back up to 15 minutes. Yeah, something's been going on. I think I had like a driver update or something a couple days ago that's been causing me mayhem, where OBS previews getting frozen, all sorts of stuff. Oh, it's good morning here. It's about 3 a.m. The good news is that we're probably in the spot where I don't have to worry about, you know, any of the usual issues. I wonder if I can... Yeah, I wonder if I could hit this. Because, yeah, that didn't fix the preview in the other screen. It's fine. Easiest answer is good time zone. Yeah. No, that's the whole thing. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's going on with this. That It's only been the last couple of days, and I've heard other people complain as well. Okay, so we are in October, so yeah, so we were just to the point of fast forwarding. So the only thing we lost time-wise, like you can already see our vehicle. Oh, actually, we literally didn't lose anything. Forget about Sorghum Field again? No, we didn't. No, we're good. The reason we restarted was the game locked up. I'm having graphics issues for the last couple of days where my preview in OBS is getting messed up, and I need to get to the bottom of it. I think a video card driver update, it's like a bad update or Windows or something updated and broke, and it's causing me issues. So I gotta spend time after stream to try and do that. Percussion, no, don't percussion. You know, maintenance the graphics card. It could be a thing that I shut down the computer and I reseat some stuff. That's a possibility. Alright, so check animals. We'll probably need water. You are starting to backload, so we'll get you. Yeah, now we're good in the sorghum. We harvested that. It's all in the granary. So, we're definitely going to want to get a warehouse at some point in the near future. Because the flour is... just something we're going to be dealing with. Getting to be pretty substantial. Because the cereal silos in Romania are called Granner. You're just producing so much flour. One thing that'll definitely help is... it's not on our short list, but eventually we'll get the semi-trailer that can take pallets, because that'll have a significant increase in how many pallets it can take, if I'm not mistaken. And that all is our payday money popping out there. Yes, this will be the last full one we have. Well, it won't be quite full. It'll be one short of full. Put the warehouse next to the mill, and then just ram the pallets inside? Well, my understanding is they'll have like an actual pad that we take them over the pad and say, put these in there, or you drive over the pad and it's like the sell point, except instead of selling, it's, you know, storing it or whatever. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to needing that. As you can tell by the gradually growing field of like a sell point, if I remember correctly. That would make sense. Because yeah, it's very quickly getting to the point of going, oh, these are becoming thing. So it's got a load and an unload. Makes sense. Okay, and how are the animals? The animals could use a little bit of water. And the greenhouses could use water. You've got 3 more that'll pop out. Okay. You should have enough room to stack up both greenhouses worth. And get our roughly 3 trailers worth of greenhouse goods we get a year. So that's all of you out. Cool. You think you figured out how to need liquid fertilizer for the sorghum fields? Okay. I mean, liquid fertilizer is not that big a deal to deal with. Okay, so top off our greenhouses, get our sheep fed, and it's just getting ourselves to payday as fast as we can. If you cultivate over oil radish, it should apply fertilizer as well. But that would require me to reseed the oil radish. And if I have to seed the oil radish, that's slower than the liquid fertilizer. Now, granted, it probably costs less, which is certainly a consideration. But I think I'd rather just hit it with the liquid fertilizer and be done with it. Okay. And then that'll be the last I need to do of the water for these for right now. It's gonna be a monster of a payday. I'm pretty sure we already have way more flour than we did the last whole harvest season, whatever you want to go with. And get you back in position over by the bakery. Because it's almost time to get paid. Okay, and payday for this January. Did we check the discount? Nothing we want. All right. Because January is where it's at, it's top and then dropping. So yeah. How much flour does the bakery consume a year? Not honestly that much. I could very genuinely build a second one, and we would probably still have plenty. I've just made the decision I don't want to do that because it feels weird to me to have 2 bakeries as like the only businesses in town kind of thing. What was I going to check? I was going to check something else. Okay, so got a bigger trailer. Don't care about that. Oh, that's a manure spreader, not trailer. Yeah, so just double checking. Oh, no, not January. February. We sell in February. Cool. It's February and March. Let's see how you're doing. Okay, you're still good in flour. You should build a baker's dozen. Just 11 bakeries. I mean, the problem is to run those 11 bakeries, I'd probably need somewhere in the area of like 4 or 5 granaries or grain mills. And then to handle those 4 or 5 grain mills, I would need almost the entire map worth of just like grain production. Yeah, no, I'm putting with the baker dozen. Oh, sorry. Yes, I said 11. 13, yes. My apologies. I haven't used a baker's dozen for anything in a very long time. The story behind it's interesting, to be honest. Yeah, I have no idea what the original backstory is for Baker's Dozen. All right. I imagine if you were going all in on the flour and all that, you'd want to take the grain mills and like put them facing each other, like cattywampus to each other. Then you're sitting here, you could just load up all of the pallets. You got 8 more popping out. All right. So very much flour. Existence is flour. Just flour for days. Sorry about that. Luckily, those weren't grown enough that we didn't crush them. If they'd grown much more, when I drove over like there, I would have crushed a small corner of it, which would have been the end of the world, but have been a needless loss of revenue. Alright, so you're done for now. Let's use the Baker's over. Baker's over was a communal. Baker's oven, I'm assuming, was a communal as well. If you made your own dough, you could go there and bake it. And the bakers were accused of stealing 1 loaf out of a dozen. And faced rather harsh punishment, so they would add another loaf's worth of dough for themselves, just to reassure people that they weren't getting screwed over. I see. Since this is not a full load, I'm just going to go ahead and dump it in the bakery since it's going to go there anyways. It'll just shove the trailer recklessly. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Next in-game month. Now, with the wheat running out in the granary here in a second, we will be in a really good shape where I won't have to worry about being as aggressive with the flour because we'll be down to the sorghum. Yeah, because right now we're just rotating pallets. Eventually the plan is to try and have stuff growing as much around here as I can. So that way we have like every day you're getting a little bit of money in, you're getting a little bit of the other stuff in. That's a forager, mixer, and windrowers and all that. That's a cheap windrower. Smallish one there. That's fine. All right. And tomorrow is payday. Let's do a quick check, make sure our sheep are all good and whatnot. So the baked goods have been sitting there for a while? Uh-huh. It's something to not think about. Why are you... There are too many pallets. Oh, in our world we have too many pallets. I did not know that was a mechanic. Okay. So I physically have too many pallets just out and about. So yeah, so after our cultivator, very clearly the warehouse is the next thing, because that's a big problem. It means I physically can't kick the pallets out of the building to keep them producing. Which is a big issue. I think we're okay there because tomorrow's sale day, and I don't think it'll max out. Yeah, so you're not backed up. You're not really going to be backed up, I don't think. So we should be okay to get all our money out of it. Yeah, so we've pretty much hit the limit on what I can produce without the warehouse. Oh, let's check on the sheep. Sheep are fine. All right, so it is heckin' payday. But yeah, no, it's just the weird way the game works that, like, once you've harvested stuff, it doesn't rot, it doesn't anything. You can just leave it out there and it's fine. And so the idea is that we harvest bread and we just hold on to it till it's at its best price. Yeah, no, I've been checking the sales. That's, not shabby, but that's it. We didn't get anything we wanted. Alright, so what we're going to start doing is we're going to start shoving a bunch of these pallets into the bakery till it can no longer handle any more flour. Yeah, so the warehouse just became a high priority. Not higher than the cedar, but a high priority. And I grab this full set here. Oh, you're not quite a full set. Deal with that in a moment. Is the granary backed up? Let's check that first. You're fine. That's what I want to make sure, is that the grain mill was still operating with me doing this. Yeah, so we're hoping, ideally we want the, like, I mean, ideally we get, like, a giant harvester, but the immediate goal is to just make sure we're getting the cedar done. Let's go ahead and grab this stack of bread and a stack of flour and cash them out. Okay. Because it is payday. When do the prices for... Honestly, we're selling everything today. I probably should have sold this yesterday, but we're selling everything today. Well, except the wool. I did a terrible job of centering over this. Yes, place a heavy flour on top of the bread. Uh-huh. Just the way the game decides to do things is its own art. It's that good bread. It's the really hard stuff. No one told anyone that we're making, was it hardtack? Calling that bread's being not exactly correct, but it is what it is. A good flatbread. Yeah, it's no fluffy naan. It's just straight up like a brick. Alright, so pretty soon that bakery should get full. And then once it's full, all the rest of the flour and all that's just getting sold. And I still have, I think, 2 or 3 loads of flour inside the grain mill as well. And it's full. All the rest of that flour is profit. So let's get selling. And next in-game month, we've got one of our fields to cultivate and fertilize. And then after that, we should have a brand new full-size seeder once we sell all this. That'll make all of that way faster. Okay. And just back and forth, selling bread. This will be where the semi comes into a lot of handy when we get it later. Because we'll be able to carry a higher capacity for pallets than this can. And instead of only going 33 top speed, it'll be like 59 or something top speed. So it'll be not quite twice as fast. And I think around like twice as much it can carry. I don't remember the exact amount. Enough. Enough is what it can carry. But yeah, so we definitely need the warehouse. I'm not sure we can make the warehouse work and the cedar, but the cedar to me is the higher priority. The worst case that happens if the warehouse would come into play and we don't have it is that one of our production lines wouldn't get its full production done because it would, run out of space for pallets or whatever. If that happens, I'll just grab whichever thing I want to just get rid of. We'll sell enough of the pallets to do what we gotta do. To like unstuck it. Just a casual 30,000 for one trailer. All right. I was curious about that with the pallet limit, because that's the first time I've run into a pallet limit on the game. But it's always one of those things that worried me. That's like, okay, but like, hear me out. If I'm just sitting on pallets waiting a full year, that's like a lot of objects the game is just keeping track of that are sitting around. I assume they would do the same thing with when you cut down trees, how many logs you got laying on around, that there's probably a cap like that where it's like, hey man, you're out of trees. You know, you gotta clear up some of these trees or whatever. I was kind of concerned that the way that handles a lot of games when there's that many objects, they have what's known as a culling process. That basically will kind of take like the oldest stuff or like the smallest stuff or whatever, and it'll delete it off the map when it starts going, oh, we have too many objects, this is going to start really messing with things. And I just didn't know the process that this game particularly takes. All right. Sliding on the ice. So much flour to sell. That warehouse will be nice because then it'll be right there and we can just go up to it, pick up, repeat. It'll be good. I think the warehouse goes right next to the grain mill. I think that's where that's ultimately going to go. Now imagine, if you would, if we weren't using the autoloader, we had to do all of these with a forklift. Where I could pick up only like 3 pallets at a time-ish to load up on the trailer. The good news is I could stack them probably like 3 high on here before it starts getting real dicey. But just the back and forth, you know, taking a good minute or so every set to load up for what's easily well over 100 pallets. You think an AI driver could do selling from the warehouse? Oh, that'd be really amazing. Because then I could just let the warehouse... No more space for new pallets at the sheep. Did we actually... Oh, you know what? It's because they're fully adults now. Okay, well, I gotta spin over there real fast, and... The wool's not ready to sell. That's not till April. But, we can just kick the wool pallets off to the side to keep it running. Because I've got the produce to sell over there as well, so I can just grab a, you know, a pallet or a trailer full of the produce while we're in the area. Yeah, so my hope is to get the bigger seeder, and with some of the money this year, go through and start putting down pavement to make that look nice. Get the warehouse. I was going to do this, then maybe it, or the seeder, then maybe a new tile, and then like the windrower and all that. I think the warehouse just jumped ahead of all of those except the seeder in priority. All right, so I'll keep the wool going. You don't know how good the pathing would be with custom roads, though? Oh, and you're saying the drivers... Okay, I get you. So you're saying you'd actually be able to set a job for the driver to do the shipment versus... what I was thinking was more... You have, when you're producing stuff, you could say store, sell, whatever. Oh, there's that field. I was thinking it's over far. Okay. You're talking about, like, actually having the driver doing it. I have no idea. I honestly don't mind if they just drive across the map awkwardly as long as they don't trash my crops on the way through. Because I'm assuming the pathing doesn't actually care about the roads with it. It probably just does where it has like a line with no obstructions, kind of like when they do the fields that they don't really do a good job of dealing with trees or whatever. But in the broader sense, they can get around stuff. Let's see, you once had a driver selling logs for me while I chopped more. It followed the roads? That's neat. Let's see how it works. Okay. Someday way down the road, I'll probably buy the tile, not this tile, but the one on the other side, just so I can make a second entryway to the shop and all that over there. We're also getting enough produce. It's actually taking me a while to sell this. So yeah, I do think... I think the warehouse is in order because I'm going to just have to buy that. Otherwise, our production lines are going to stall out. I'm really happy. I had really heavily debated doing the, getting the canola and doing the oil. I'm really happy I didn't end up doing that. Because we probably would have run into the situation that it would have gotten it and then not been able to, get the full production out of it because I would have to sell it prematurely to allow for, you know, the pallet limit. Yeah, so we need a warehouse. That'll be the next thing. Just get a warehouse, put it next to the grain mill. But the cedar first. So I think it goes cedar, warehouse, maybe harvester as our buy order. Like the windrower is a nice to have, and I'm still debating getting it just for the nice to have. I mean, you could also see just no longer having the harvester kick out the straw for the time being and just ignoring the windrower. You know, give up the extra $10,000-$16,000 a year just to save all that time. We'll see. Honestly, with as long as it takes to do the harvester's a bottleneck. I really don't have an excuse to not do the straw other than I don't want to do it. But with a windrower that's big enough, it won't be much of a problem because you sweep it all into like 2 or 3 rows for a field. So we still have 3 full sets here. And there's probably 2 or 3 more sets. I missed that there was a single unit of flour way out there. That's fine. And I probably have 2 or 3 more sets in the grain mill. Let's double check. Yeah, it has two almost full trailers inside the grain mill on top of that. And then we still have about 1.5 full loads of greenhouse goods to sell. And then in April, I've got about little over half of a trailer full of wool to sell. Not about half trailer full of wool. So I think it'll be okay. I'm a little worried we're going to have to dip into our greenhouse stuff early for replanting the wheat to deal with the fertilizer, but I think that's fine. That was weird, the $11 delayed for sale products. Yeah, because each one of these trucks is somewhere in the area of 8K on it. No, wait, yeah, 8,000 on it, which is not shabby. So I've got like 5 more of that, so it should be about 45,000. And then whatever leftovers there. And they probably have another 12, 13,000 maybe for the greenhouse stuff, and another 10-ish thousand for the wool. We'll probably be okay on the fertilizer. I know the herbicide. Yes, I see it. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to deal with that. It'll actually probably be fine. We just need to pick it up on the way out. I had one of the pallets of flour get drug underneath the trailer. It's fine. We'll just sell it to people. They can eat it. It's hardly the worst thing that happens with this when you think about the fact that I'm leaving the flour out in the sun, the rain, and the snow for most of the year and then selling it. That one's half price? No, it's double the price. It's special. All right. Oh yeah, I don't need to worry because we also have the other seeder. I'm going to go ahead and take the other seeder and we're going to kick the seeds out of it. Don't you do this to me. All right, so I need to... That's why that one didn't get picked up. It wasn't full, so it wasn't picking him up because it wasn't full. I didn't realize I had that turned off. At 98% full. That one is double price because it's smart enough to get there on its own. I know, right? Yeah, so it's 99% full trailer. We're missing 20 liters of flour. Someone used the bag to make the world's biggest loaf. Honestly, I don't think 20 liters would be enough to make the world's biggest loaf of bread. I have a feeling the world's biggest loaf of bread is probably obnoxiously large. It's twice ground flour? Absolutely. To be fair, that's going to be our brand name of flour. Our flour is twice ground flour. because we leave it on the ground. If you said, "God, you missed Dr. Pepper, you can't get it easily anymore." Gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of my go-to to just have around the house kind of thing, because it's something both me and Toom will drink and all that. I actually tend to be more into the citrusy stuff, like Mellow Yellow Mountain Dew, that kind of thing. Alright. And with this load, we officially have enough to buy the cedar without even doing the discount or anything. I am going to move time forward to, how are we doing at time? Because, I mean, the odds of cedar going on sale are basically none. But, it's not actually none. But we'll probably fast forward to the next in-game month, March, before we wrap up stream. Because we got a little bit left on stream. We're not quite ready to be done. But I could see us getting into tomorrow. I don't think we'd have enough time to cultivate and fertilize the field. We could check. But basically I want to hold off actually buying the cedar until I need it, just in the very slight chance it goes on sale. And I figure with that, if we go into March it's not on sale, I'm going to just assume it wouldn't be on sale in April. Which is fine. So you're saying there's a chance. Correct. There is a non-zero chance. It's a small chance, but it's a non-zero chance. But we will buy it before the stream's over, because I want to be able to end the stream being like, we have it, it's happened, it took forever, but we have the biggest cedar now, so we no longer have to worry about that at all. So I have the second biggest cultivator, the biggest cedar. We don't have a particularly great harvester. We have the biggest sprayer. The big thing I need to remember is after we buy the cedar, don't spend money until we're through planting the wheat again. Because we're going to need a lot of fertilizer. I don't know exactly how bad it's going to get. Alright, so we've got... It's going to be just about 22 pallets in there. Interestingly enough, this time the sorghum's actually going to be empty by the time we gets through there. Did I... Oh, you know what? Technically I pulled the sorghum a month earlier than I did last year. Last year we pulled the sorghum right at the last second. This year we pulled it the first month is available for harvest. That's why we're actually going to get through this, you know, almost all of it in time for sale. All right. Alice Adventures. Friendly reminder to Rual not to buy things until other important stuff first. But I want the other things. What if I want this tractor right now? This tractor here, which won't even do us that good because I'm pretty sure it can't run our cultivator. So it would basically fill the same purpose as our 100 horsepower, not really being very particularly useful. Kind reminder, buy all the stuffs and the seeds. That's more like it. That sounds more like what I'd say is buy everything. Not really. I do like the fact that your tractors and all that slide around a little bit on the ice. Alright. So we've got 2 more trailers of flour to sell and about a trailer and a half of produce. Then we will be moving forward the next month. And we might, like, we'll see how we're doing with time. Yeah, we'll probably move to the next month. We'll see if it's on sale. If it's on sale, obviously we buy it. But if it's not on sale, we buy the giant cedar. And, you know, Get ourselves a nice little screenshot for the thumbnail later. Yeah, so it'd be 2 more will spit out. We'll take those. I mean, a whole bunch more spit out, but I'll take 2 of the ones that spit out. There you go. And only 1 more is popping out after that. So what I'll do is I'll grab the produce next, and then when we're on our last batch of produce, I'll spin by and grab whatever flower is sitting out there. Honestly, the sliding thing also helps, because I've noticed when you slide across the ground, it doesn't get a chance for the trailer like flip or anything, it just kind of slides. Does he wish the cultivator would plow the snow as well? Because if you do that during the winter, good luck to spot the mist stuff. Oh, yeah. Now, there's a reason I haven't been doing some of the snow. There's probably also why they have an option to turn off snow that is separate from the turn-off seasons. Oh man, we almost have enough mode that it feels like a or enough money, it feels like a normal difficulty. Actually seeing almost $250,000 in the bank is just weird with how little money we've had this entire run.
Your greed will be your downfall.
No, but I like my greed. It only took 200 years. It did not take 200 years. It took... It only took 19 years. If our person who moved out here was 18 years old the moment they moved out here, they would only be in their mid to late 30s. Working all of this by themselves for the last 19 years. Oh, I actually have more than 2 of these. I forgot these are almost full again. That's a good problem to have. Yes, be 2 more popping out. Let's hopefully... I think we're out of the way enough it'll work. There we go. As an Aussie, you firmly believe snow is a myth made up by the rest of the world to make us jealous. All right. You were like, I'd like you to cancer winter and all that. I being in Florida, who has been through snow before in the past, not in Florida, miss the snow immensely. Yeah, no, it's interesting how, like, just certain things you just don't experience in our places. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I understand there's, like, lots of negative implications for, like, snow and all that kind of stuff that are... You know, it wreaks havoc on pipes and all that kind of stuff. You have like burst pipes happening. You end up having all the situation where like traffic has issues. There's more car accidents and all that. Like, I acknowledge that and that there are like lots of negatives to snow, but hear me out. While I acknowledge all that, I also really like snow and I like winter a lot, and we just don't have winter here. I honestly, maybe one of these years for vacation, I just want to go someplace in the winter during winter and just experience a proper winter. And I know I want to bring Tomb to do that too. And I know she will both love and hate it. Because she will probably find it very interesting and fun to see, and she will not like the cold at all. She will absolutely not be team cold one bit. But I'll take her somewhere where there's like a proper snow. Like I'll take her like Michigan or Canada or someplace like that. Have all the icicles on the trees. I don't think I could get her to do skiing or whatever. Like maybe. We'll see. I feel like that's the kind of thing she would do a little bit and I'd be like, nah. Sledding I think I could get her to do. She doesn't like the sensation of falling, and while skiing and snowboarding and that is not really that feeling. I could say it's probably close enough to that feeling that she would be team no. Like she would try it, but I think that's as far as it would go. She would try and be like, nah, I'm good. It breaks your head to consider June and July as hot. December being cold is easy because of Christmas propaganda. Yeah, no, it's oh man. Well, here, when you're in Florida, every season is hot. You know, January maybe you might get a blink of cool weather, and I say cool, not cold, cool weather. But the rest of the year is you got your choice of hot and muggy. And I understand Australia, as far as numerically gets hotter and all that. It's just such humid heat here. It's super tiresome. You're watching a video of an American lad who thought the Gibby Gibby was a myth, and that there was no way it could cause enough pain to have people have unalive themselves to escape the pain. So not only brush the leaf up his arm, but press at it hard. The look on his face where you can tell he's considered grabbing something from his arm to escape. Eek. I mean, hemispheres? Yeah. It's very damp, Florida. Oh, it's super humid. Like, it is, what is the air today? It's soup. Careful, you'll drown in the air. Obviously, you won't literally drown in the air. But it's like you breathe, and it's like you're just in... The way I usually describe Florida is imagine you woke up in the morning, you took a nice hot shower. Just got, really went for a nice hot shower. Didn't dry off an inch of your body, put on all of your clothes, so you're just damp and warm inside of that, and it just stayed that way the entire day. That's Florida. Let's see, parts of Australia where you live in Victoria, we get maybe a month worth of total days above 30°C. The rest of the time, it's windy, cold, and often wet. Yeah, I know there's I know inland Australia is supposed to get pretty oppressively hot. But I mean, the middle of Australia, I'm understanding, is basically a desert, which is true of a lot of places. It feels that way. Ian saying the humidity floor is so high, people move around by swimming instead of walking. It feels that way. There's days where you'll literally walk out the door, you'll open the door, and just stand there, you'll open the door and you'll close it so you're not getting blasted by AC, and you'll stand there for just a couple seconds, and you'll already have, beads of sweat forming on you because the humidity is so high, it's just any heat just slices right through you. And you're just like, yep, love it. Not really. It's the worst. It gets pretty humid where you live too. Yeah, that's I'll have people sit there and they'll talk about alright. So like, I'm not trying to say Florida's the worst place in the world or anything like that for heat. There's definitely a lot of competition. The point is, it sucks for heat. Alright, so I saw there was... Yeah, there's a little pocket of them left right here. Let's see, you know how when you drive in the cold and you get fog inside your windows? Florida, you get it on the outside of your windshield, and it's practically raining. Yeah. Oh yeah, when we have it rain in Florida, you never get like the sprinkles. I mean, not never, but you very rarely get like a sprinkle. It is like torrential downpour out of nowhere. Hour later, it's sunny outside again. Yep, and we'll get 4 more pallets out of that thing. They're not going to be ready for sale, though. And then this is the final load for today. The only thing we haven't sold is the wool that we sell in April. Those who have no idea what the Gimpy Gimpy is, it is a leafy plant that the underside of the leaf has spines. The tiny little spines are like a hypodermic needle that embeds it into your skin and continues to burrow deeper. Each spine contains a neurotoxin that triggers every pain receptor to maximum. It is nicknamed the suicide plant by the indigenous, as it was common they would actually brush against it. The plant many walked out of the bush and never came back. It wouldn't be a tornado or anything major. The rain would be so hard you can't see in front of your face. The rain sideways hits window. Oh yeah. Like there is a thing that when it has a proper rain here, which unfortunately is like almost every day during the summer, that you will have everyone pulling off the road because you can see nothing. And if you're really committed to going somewhere, you're driving at like 5 miles per hour. And even then, it's sketchy because you can't see far enough in front of you to make that safe. You're basically just going, do I see taillights immediately in the 2 feet in front of me? No. Okay, keep inching forward as slowly as possible. Alright, so do I have to do anything with the sheep today? No. Okay, so we move the day forward, and then it's cedar time. And so we'll get to wrap up today by finally having our cedar. I have grossly underestimated how long these processes are taking. Yeah, sleepy time? Yep. Yep, that's the reason I'm just grabbing the cedar real fast. Okay, so the sheep are fine for the 2 seconds. We'll deal with all this in-game day stuff when we need to. But what's going to happen now is, do we get lucky? Does it go for sale? No, we do have a harvester, but not one we need. So it is time. Cedars. The big cedar. Customize. You have a thing down here for changing it, but then you can't choose, I think. No license plate. Buy. Done. And then we take the other cedar, we dump this, actually, We'll do that now. We'll take the other cedar. We'll dump the seeds out. I believe that cedar we just bought, you have storage built in you, right? Yeah, well, actually, we'll dump all the seeds out real fast, and we'll check to see if it has seed storage in itself. And if so, then we sell the little storage thing for the cedar. I mean, actually, maybe we don't. The big point is the back part of the cedar we sell, because it's no longer needed. You don't think the front can interconnect the other seed? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking the front thing was for this cedar specifically, or there's a handful of cedars. Let's kick the seeds out of here. And go get our cedar, sell these ones because they're no longer needed. Yep, exactly as Enoch's saying, there is a poll on the Discord. So if you're enjoying the games you're like this, you're seeing on a channel, and you want them to continue being played, pop on the Discord, be like, hey, I like that game. You should keep playing it. At the same token, if you don't want to see more of the game, you should not vote for it and vote for the other thing. Don't forget the old cedar. Oh, I don't need to grab it. I can just sell it wherever. I'm only grabbing this to see if it'll interact with the other one or not. I don't think it will. But yeah, no, we'll just sell it. So if we hook this up and it works, we should see a hose go back. Nope. And we kick that, it still says we have capacity. It's what I figured, but I just wanted to double check before we sold anything, because once I sell it, it's gone. So we sell our old cedar and all that, because I'm never going to use that again. Repair. And then go to our stuff here. Cedars. Grab you. Sell for 20,000. Grab you. Sell for 5,000. And we have ourselves a brand new toy. You give more money if you haul to the sell point? I don't remember. And this is our new cedar that we're going to be using. You'll see it in action. Unfortunately, the problem we have for showing it in action is I need to cultivate and fertilize that field, advance a day, and then we would use it. It is unfortunately getting to that time where we're going to be probably wrapping up here soon. So I just want to go and drive it over here, see how big it truly is. You know, grab a screenshot for the thumbnail, get everything in position, all that. Also, ordered by a solid fertilizer. Yeah, now we have to do a bunch of that stuff. Both types of fertilizer we need. So how big is this compared to the other one? If you remember, the other one was just about the width of the back of my tractor, slightly over it. So you see right there, that is our new size. Try 2 different screenshots, that way make sure you get a good angle. Yeah, so that's our new size. And, added bonus, it does fertilizer at the same time it does all the other stuff. I'll probably honestly need to get a weight for the tractor to keep it from bouncing around too much. But, with all that said, what we're going to go ahead and do here real fast is I'm going to drop this off. I don't need it right this second. And just so I can remember what the heck I'm doing... I think I might do direct drill as well. I don't think this one does. We could check. I don't believe that's the direct drill one. It didn't say it as its description. But I'm just gonna go ahead and park this over where we're gonna have that next field to cultivate. That way, when I pop into the game next, I see my tractor sitting with a cultivator at a field that's not cultivated. I can do the math. Otherwise, ADHD-wise, I won't remember what the heck we were doing. But with all that said, we are going to be wrapping up. So thank you so much for everyone's been tuning in. I'm just going to go over here and park real fast, save the game, and exit out of the save. But thank you for everyone who's been tuning in. I do hope you enjoyed the stream. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I do not know specifically what I'm going to have on the schedule for tomorrow. We start today with Mount and Blade, and then we switch over to Farm Sim. And hopefully, if it seems like I have enough people who have weighed in on the survey, I might choose based on the survey we've got going on, the poll we have in our polls channel of the Discord. So let's do this, save and exit. I might, vote, base it on what we've got in the polls. And while we go and get all this, first of all, for those over there on TikTok and YouTube, I'm going to be saying goodbye to you first because there's no rating or whatever over there. So thank you for tuning in on TikTok and YouTube. Don't forget to follow and subscribe. For all of us over here on Twitch, in just a moment we'll be going to our ending stream screen and all that stuff, and we will go from there. But hang out for that, because if you stick around for the raid, it helps both